Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio Chapter 1. Soul returns to the spirit. The system first appears Spirit Hall. Where? Where is this? Intense, stabbing pain exploded at his temples, forcing a low groan from him as he subconsciously raised a hand to cover his forehead. His vision gradually focused from a blur, revealing an incredibly luxurious ceiling. Holding his forehead, he slowly sat up and looked around. What is this place? He muttered to himself, trying to grasp a clue from his chaotic mind. Just then, fragments of memory flooded in like a tide, carrying an overwhelming impact. Spirit Hall, Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji, Bibai Dong, Qian Renxue, Qian Douluo. Countless images flashed before his eyes. The towering Spirit Hall, the solemn Supreme Pontiff Palace, that majestic golden-haired old man, that purple-haired woman with complex eyes, and a golden-haired little girl as exquisite as carved pink jade. I am Qian Xunji. The memories fused together, born from the womb, a rebirth as Qian Xunji. For some reason, his memories had been under a seal. It was only today that they had been restored. I am myself, and I am also Qian Xunji. This thought exploded in his mind like a thunderclap, making his whole body shake. He abruptly looked down at his hands. These were the hands of a middle-aged man, with distinct knuckles and thin calluses on the palms from years of holding a sword, yet they were well-maintained, exuding the elegance of someone who had long held a high position. He staggered to a large floor-to-ceiling mirror in the corner of the room, and the figure reflected in the mirror made his breath hitch. It was a man dressed in magnificent Supreme Pontiff robes, with long golden hair draped over his shoulders and a handsome face that carried a hint of gloom. I actually became that short-lived ghost, Qian Xunji. The corner of the man's mouth in the mirror twitched uncontrollably, his eyes filled with bitterness and bewilderment. As a reader who had once read Douluo Continent thoroughly, he knew the fate of the character Qian Xunji all too well. Coveting Bibai Dong, eventually being heavily wounded by Tang Hao, and then being completely finished off by the long-enduring Bibai Dong after returning to Spirit Hall, ending up without even a corpse. He was a textbook example of tragedy. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to organize the memories belonging to Qian Xunji as well as the knowledge from the original work. Qian Renxue had just completed her spirit awakening yesterday. That ultimate six-winged angel spirit was undoubtedly a talent rarely seen in the Qian family for thousands of years. And right now, the Haitian twin stars of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, were still wandering the continent with that blue-silver emperor, Yin. The catastrophe that would change everything had not yet arrived, Bibai Dong. The woman deeply hurt by Qian Xunji was currently undergoing purgatory-like tempering in Slaughter City. Nothing had reached an irreversible point yet. Nothing has happened yet. There's still a chance. He looked at himself in the mirror, his gaze gradually becoming firm. Since he had recovered his memories, he could not repeat the same mistakes. Qian Xunji's fated path was a dead end, but he could rewrite it all. However, when the name Bibai Dong surfaced in his mind, a wave of complex emotions instantly surged into his heart. Hidden at the very depths was a sliver of cold-killing intent that even he was unwilling to admit. His gaze suddenly became sharp as a knife, piercing straight toward the direction of Slaughter City. Just then, a cold, mechanical notification sounded in his mind, followed by a mature, sisterly female voice that spoke with a hint of laziness. Ding, system loading. Children feedback system successfully bound. Qian Xunji was stunned, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. System. Children feedback, he asked subconsciously. How does it provide feedback? The mature voice sounded again, explaining clearly. If the host's children obtain an opportunity or increase their strength, the host will receive corresponding feedback. The feedback effect has a critical hit rate of 1 to 10 times. Currently bindable personnel, Qian Renxue. Do you wish to bind, Qian Renxue? The image of the little girl who had just awakened her spirit yesterday, with short golden hair and looking like a little angel, immediately appeared in Qian Xunji's mind. That was his, Qian Xunji's, daughter, and also the future successor of the Angel God. That goes without saying, bind. "Bind quickly." He blurted it out almost without hesitation, his tone unable to hide his excitement. He had been worrying about how to quickly increase his strength and change his fate. This system was like a pillow being delivered just as he was nodding off. A look of pleasant surprise instantly blossomed on his face. Binding successful, the mature voice sounded at the right time. Since this is the host's first binding, the binding personnel Qian Renxue is specially rewarded with an increased feedback critical hit rate of 1 to 10 times. Furthermore, for every major realm Qian Renxue breaks through, the host will receive a treasure chest. Detected that the binding personnel Qian Renxue's current spirit power rank is 20, meeting the reward conditions. A total of 2 treasure chests have been obtained. Open them immediately. "Open them all," Qian Xunji said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 illusory gates of light seemed to appear before his eyes. Then, 2 treasure chests emitting a soft golden light slowly emerged. With a light click, the chest lids popped open, and 2 streaks of light flew out, turning into 2 lines of information that entered his mind. Obtained items. Beast Control Ring ×3. Effect. Can be worn by a spirit beast to subtly influence its thoughts. Indestructible by non-divine rank power. Can obscure a spirit beast's aura, undetectable by non-divine rank beings. Obtained items. God-bestowed spirit ring ×9. Effect. Contains pure sacred energy, can be directly absorbed by a spirit with no side effects. Looking at the descriptions of these 2 items, Qian Xunji's eyes widened, his face filled with unbelievable ecstasy. Putting the beast control ring aside for a moment, that God-bestowed spirit ring was practically tailor-made for Qian Renxue. With this, Qian Renxue wouldn't have to worry about being unable to withstand it when absorbing a spirit ring, nor would she need to go through the trouble of hunting spirit beasts. It was a truly heaven-defying opportunity. Sister system, how generous. He couldn't help but praise, his smile as bright as sunshine, the previous gloom and worry seemingly swept away. Friendly reminder, the system's mature voice sounded again. When the bound personnel absorbs items that increase strength, such as spirit rings or spirit bones, the host will receive corresponding feedback. Qian Xunji's heart stirred, and he quickly followed up. What about a god position? Can I get feedback if she inherits a god position? Yes. The system gave a positive answer. As long as it is an opportunity that can increase the bound personnel's strength, regardless of the form, the host can receive feedback. Hearing this, Qian Xunji's breath hitched, and his gaze instantly became incredibly fervent. God position feedback. That was a god position. If Qian Renxue successfully inherited the Angel God position, the feedback he would receive would be unimaginable. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force, his expression filled with infinite longing for the future. With a thought, he stored the beast control rings and God-bestowed spirit rings into the system space, and then his expression suddenly changed as if he had remembered something. "Oh no, this is bad," he cried out softly, no longer caring about anything else. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the room like an arrow from a bow, speeding toward a certain direction in Spirit Hall. The wind whistled in his ears, and his golden supreme pontiff robes fluttered loudly behind him, his face filled with anxiety. Enshrinement Hall on the plaza, Qian Douluo was standing there. He was dressed in simple white robes, his long silver-white hair moving without wind, his whole body exuding an unfathomable aura. Standing before him was a small figure. It was a little girl of about 6 years old, wearing a pure white dress, with a pair of clear golden eyes that were currently looking at Qian Douluo with a hint of expectation. She was Qian Renxue. "Xiao Zhu, are you ready? We are going to obtain your first spirit ring now." Qian Douluo's voice was gentle, filled with affection for his junior. Qian Renxue nodded vigorously, her little face full of seriousness. Grandpa, I'm ready." Her voice was crisp and tender, as pleasant as wind chimes. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Douluo lightly raised a hand, and a gentle wave of spirit power supported Qian Renxue's body. Qian Renxue felt her feet lighten, and her small body slowly floated up, about half a meter off the ground. She widened her eyes slightly, feeling the wonderful sensation of being lifted by spirit power, a hint of curiosity and excitement appearing on her little face. Just as Qian Dailiu was about to set off with Qian Renxue, an urgent voice came from behind. "Father, stop, don't go." Hearing the voice, Qian Dailiu turned around and saw Qian Xunji flying toward them at high speed. With a few bounds, he landed steadily on the plaza, his face still carrying lingering anxiety. "Papa." When Qian Renxue saw Qian Xunji, her eyes lit up, and she called out crisply, a look of innocent joy appearing on her little face as her floating body leaned slightly forward. "Xiao Zhu," Qian Xunji responded. When his gaze fell on his daughter, the anxiety in his eyes faded slightly, replaced by a bit of softness. Qian Dailiu looked at his son who had arrived in such a hurry, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked with some confusion, "Jir, is there something wrong?" Hearing the name Jir, Qian Xunji's face instantly darkened. His brow knitted, the corners of his mouth turned down, and a flash of imperceptible awkwardness crossed his eyes. Although he knew this was Qian Dailiu's normal way of addressing his son, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. He composed himself, looked at Qian Dailiu, and said solemnly, "Father, Xiao Zhu is the most talented descendant of our Qian family in thousands of years. Don't you think an ordinary spirit ring is unworthy of her?" Hearing this, Qian Dailiu pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Jir, Xiao Zhu is exceptionally talented, indeed extraordinary. But precisely because of that, there is no need to waste time on body refining just to chase the limit of a century or two for a spirit ring. Our Qian family has the Angel God trial. The increase in the age of spirit rings is inevitable. There's no need to be overly persistent about such minor details." But Qian Xunji shook his head, his gaze firm and his tone confident. "Father, I am certain that I can make Xiao Zhu's physical body strength, mental force strength, and spirit power purity all undergo a qualitative leap in a short period of time." His gaze burned as he looked at Qian Dailiu, his face full of conviction. Seeing the unprecedented determination in his son's eyes, Qian Dailiu couldn't help but hesitate. He was silent for a moment, his gaze scanning back and forth between Qian Xunji and Qian Renxue, before finally looking at Qian Xunji and asking in a deep voice, "Jir, are you really sure?" "No problem, father, I am absolutely certain," Qian Xunji replied decisively. Qian Dailiu gave him a deep look, seemingly judging the credibility of his words. After a moment, he finally nodded, turned around, and said to Qian Renxue, who was still floating in the air, "Xiao Zhu, Grandpa will take you to hunt for your spirit ring in a while, okay?" Qian Renxue blinked her large golden eyes, looking at her grandfather and then at her father. Although she didn't quite understand why they had suddenly changed their minds, she still nodded obediently, her soft voice sounding out, "Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa." Qian Dailiu smiled with relief and raised his hand to withdraw the spirit power supporting Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue's little feet landed steadily on the ground. She looked up at Qian Xunji, her little face full of curiosity. Qian Dailiu said no more, turned and walked into the enshrinement hall, his figure quickly disappearing into the depths of the hall. Only the father and daughter, Qian Xunji and Qian Renxue, remained on the plaza. "Xiao Zhu, come, let's go to the library. Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere fun." Qian Xunji bent down and looked at the exquisite little girl before him, his tone softening considerably. "Somewhere fun." Qian Renxue's eyes instantly lit up like two twinkling stars. She tilted her little head, her short golden hair shining in the sunlight, her face full of expectation. "Where is this fun place? Is there candy?" Seeing his daughter's adorable appearance, Qian Xunji's heart couldn't help but soften. He reached out and gently took Qian Renxue's soft little hand. The little girl's hand was warm and soft, like a ball of cotton. "You'll know when we get there. I promise you'll like it." He smiled and led Qian Renxue toward the Spirit Hall's library. The sunlight spilled over the father and daughter, casting two long shadows. Qian Xunji looked down at the little figure skipping beside him, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. He truly hadn't expected that he would become Qian Xunji and even have such an adorable daughter. In the original work, Qian Renxue's fate was full of hardships and tragedy, living her whole life in calculation and disguise. What a pity, he sighed softly in his heart, but then he shook his head again, his gaze becoming gentle. However, gaining such an adorable daughter seems quite nice too. This time, he would never let the tragedy happen, whether for himself or for the pure and innocent little angel beside him. He had to firmly grasp this opportunity and rewrite everyone's fate. Chapter 2. Ice and fire yin-yang. Well above the ice and fire yin-yang well mist swirled, and a faint, strange aura permeated the air. Qian Xunji carried Qian Renxue on his back. Her small figure leaned against his shoulder, her golden hair brushing against his neck as her eyes curiously scanned the rolling white mist below. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei followed closely behind. Both had solemn expressions, their gazes alertly sweeping over the dangerous-looking area below. "Your Holiness," Chrysanthemum Douluo's voice carried a hint of hesitation as he looked down at the surging tide of white toxic gas, his brows furrowed. "The area below is filled with poisonous miasma. If we aren't careful, it will invade our bodies. Are we really going down?" A meaningful curve formed at the corner of Qian Xunji's mouth, his smile carrying a trace of unfathomable eeriness. "Let's go down, Ju. Once we're down there, you'd better restrain yourself. Don't touch things recklessly." Chrysanthemum Douluo was taken aback, the hesitation on his face instantly replaced by astonishment, the Supreme Pontiff's smile. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed a bit unusual. He had been by Qian Xunji's side for many years, but had never seen him show such an expression. The confusion in his heart grew, but he didn't dare ask more. He could only respond sheepishly, though a hint of curiosity and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Qian Xunji said no more. The spirit power within him surged abruptly, and pale golden energy instantly spread out, forming a massive energy shield that enveloped himself, Qian Renxue on his back, and the two Douluos behind him. The surface of the energy shield shimmered with flowing light, emitting a holy aura. He led everyone as they slowly flew toward the ice and fire yin-yang well below, the poisonous miasma that had been swirling around, deadly to the touch, seemed to meet its nemesis the moment it contacted the energy shield. It parted to both sides, revealing an unobstructed path, not daring to touch the shield at all. The further down they went, the more bizarre the temperature became. At times, it was as scorching as a furnace, at others, as frigid as an ice cellar. These two extreme auras intertwined and collided, forming unique energy turbulences. Passing through layers of miasma, the full view of the ice and fire yin-yang well finally unfolded before them. Before them was a dreamlike secret realm. At its center was a strange spring. Half of it was a fiery red, churning with rising steam and emitting high temperatures capable of incinerating everything. The other half was a frozen azure, congealing with bone-chilling cold. Around the spring grew various exotic flowers and herbs never seen before. Each one emitted a dense life aura, appearing vibrant under the nourishment of the ice and fire yin-yang well, yet possessing a somewhat eerie beauty. However, a faint power of illusion also lingered within this secret realm. As soon as Chrysanthemum Douluo stepped into this place, his gaze was drawn to those strange flowers and herbs. In particular, several immortal herbs that closely resembled chrysanthemums made it impossible for him to look away. His gaze gradually became obsessed, and his feet subconsciously moved forward. A satisfied smile even appeared on his lips. It was as if he were in a paradise of chrysanthemums. Even the spirit power around him began to stir uncontrollably, faintly showing a tendency to resonate with those plants. "Wow," Qian Renxue poked her small head out from Qian Xunji's back. Looking at the half-red, half-blue spring and the colorful plants around it, she let out a cry of wonder. Her eyes were clear, seemingly unaffected by the illusion, simply captivated by the wondrous sight before her. Qian Xunji landed steadily and set Qian Renxue down. He crouched to look at her. "Xiao Zhu, it's very dangerous here. You must stay put and watch quietly. No running around, understood?" Qian Renxue nodded vigorously, her little face full of obedience. Xiao Zhu will be good and won't run around." Although she was curious, her father's words always made her obey. By then, Chrysanthemum Douluo's gaze was firmly locked onto an immortal herb not far away. It was over 10 feet tall, entirely golden, with petals layered like sharp swords, the miraculous glazed sky chrysanthemum. That immortal herb emitted a majestic life energy and the ultimate essence of a chrysanthemum. His breathing became rapid, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with unbelievable ecstasy. His body trembled slightly, and he could barely control the urge to rush forward, murmuring, "It's it. It's actually it." Ghost Douluo on the side was much calmer, but looking at the immortal herbs emitting startling auras around them, a flash of shock and greed also crossed his eyes, though he hid it well. Ahem. Qian Xunji coughed twice, interrupting Chrysanthemum Douluo's obsession. He glanced at that miraculous glazed sky chrysanthemum and said to Chrysanthemum Douluo, "Ju, collect all the mature immortal herbs and spiritual plants here. This miraculous glazed sky chrysanthemum belongs to you. Also, find a suitable immortal herb for Gui." Chrysanthemum Douluo snapped out of it, the obsession on his face instantly replaced by excitement. He dropped to one knee with a thud, bowing deeply to Qian Xunji. His voice trembled with excessive excitement. "Thank you, Supreme Pontiff, this subordinate. This subordinate will not let you down." His eyes reddened slightly. Obtaining a treasure like the miraculous glazed sky chrysanthemum was a massive blessing to him. This kindness increased his loyalty to Qian Xunji by several degrees. Qian Renxue reached out a small finger and gently poked the energy shield in front of her. Looking up at Qian Xunji, she asked, "Father, can't this shiny shield be taken back? Xiao Zhu wants to touch those flowers." "No, Xiao Zhu," Qian Xunji shook his head and explained patiently. "The ice and fire energy here is too violent. Your body can't handle it yet. This energy shield protects you. When you grow up and your strength increases, you'll be able to touch them." Qian Renxue blinked, seemingly understanding but not quite. Although a bit disappointed, she obediently withdrew her hand and stopped mentioning touching the plants, simply watching Chrysanthemum Douluo's busy figure with wide, curious eyes. Qian Xunji's gaze fell on Chrysanthemum Douluo, watching him carefully collect the immortal herbs while thinking to himself. Yesterday, he had specifically gone to the library and thoroughly studied the 1,000 Herbs Manual. Becoming well-versed in the characteristics and values of various immortal herbs, the immortal herbs here were too precious. Although Chrysanthemum Douluo's heart nature wasn't bad, it was inevitable he might have selfish thoughts and want to hide one or two. Now that he knew these immortal herbs like the back of his hand, the other man naturally wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Several hours passed quietly, and Chrysanthemum Douluo finally finished sorting all the mature immortal herbs and spiritual plants. Holding 3 spirit tools of different styles, he walked up to Qian Xunji and respectfully presented them. "Lord Supreme Pontiff, except for the 2 immortal herbs in the center of the ice and fire yin-yang, well, that cannot be collected. The rest of the immortal herbs, high-grade spiritual plants, and low-grade spiritual plants have been placed in these 3 spirit tools respectively. Please have a look." Qian Xunji took the spirit tools, gave them a casual glance, and tucked them away. He said calmly, "You too find a place to absorb your immortal herbs." "Yes, Lord Supreme Pontiff," Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo replied in unison, their faces unable to hide their excitement. The two exchanged a glance. Each chose a relatively quiet corner with dense spiritual Qi, sat cross-legged, took out their own immortal herbs, and began to circulate spirit power to absorb them. The miraculous glazed sky chrysanthemum in Chrysanthemum Douluo's hand burst with light, enveloping his entire person. Ghost Douluo's immortal herb emitted a dark aura, perfectly matching his spirit's characteristics. Qian Xunji then took Qian Renxue to the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang Wells Spring. He gazed at the 2 immortal herbs in the spring, whose auras were clearly suitable for Xiao Zhu to absorb, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. He slowly extended his spirit power, carefully picking the 2 immortal herbs from the spring one by one and placing them together. The ice and fire energies blended with each other. "Xiao Zhu, eat them." Qian Xunji handed the immortal herbs in his palm to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue hesitated for a moment, looked up at her father's encouraging gaze, then reached out her small hand, took the herbs, and tentatively took a small bite. The sweet juice dissolved in her mouth, carrying a warm energy that flowed through her body, making her narrow her eyes comfortably. It's sweet, her eyes lit up, and she no longer hesitated, eating the immortal herbs bite by bite. Once the herbs entered her stomach, they instantly transformed into a massive yet gentle energy that spread through her body. Her small body trembled slightly. She sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and her little face flushed slightly due to the energy flow. That energy was like a trickling stream, nourishing her limbs and bones, flushing her meridians, and even starting to permeate her spirit origin. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead, and her short golden hair was damp with sweat, sticking to her cheeks, but her breathing remained steady as she clearly worked hard to guide the energy. Qian Xunji sat cross-legged beside her, his hands against her back, as pure spirit power from his body continuously flowed into her, helping her comb through that massive energy, making it easier for her body to absorb and avoiding the danger of energy collisions. An hour later, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo opened their eyes almost simultaneously. A powerful spirit power fluctuation erupted from Chrysanthemum Douluo. Feeling the unprecedented power within him, he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Rank 94, I'm now rank 94. If this continues, reaching rank 96 in the future isn't impossible." His face was full of excitement, his tone brimming with anticipation for the future. "Keep it down." Ghost Douluo glanced at him coldly, signaling him to look toward Qian Xunji, reminding him not to disturb the Supreme Pontiff. Chrysanthemum Douluo then realized and quickly covered his mouth, a sheepish smile on his face. He made a shushing gesture to Ghost Douluo, but the excitement in his eyes didn't fade at all. After several more hours, Qian Renxue finally opened her eyes slowly. She moved her small body, stretching her arms and legs, feeling the power surging within her. Her little face was radiant with excitement as she cried out in a clear voice, "Papa, I feel like my body is so strong now. I have so much more strength, and my spirit seems to have become stronger too." As she spoke, her spirit power stirred slightly, and a faint phantom of a six-winged angel appeared behind her. Though still immature, it was much more solid than before, and the holy aura it emitted was denser. Seeing her vibrant appearance, a gratified smile appeared on Qian Xunji's face. "It seems these immortal herbs suit you well. You did great, Xiao Zhu." Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind, detected that bound person. Qian Renxue's talent has improved and spirit has been strengthened. Triggered 1x critical hit. Qian Xunji's brow twitched slightly. He thought to himself, 1x, what kind of luck is this? Just as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang again. Second critical hit beginning, triggered 3x critical hit. Total of 2 critical hits, 3x. Host's talent has improved, physical body strength has improved, and spirit has been strengthened. A majestic energy instantly flooded Qian Xunji's limbs and bones, and his aura began to climb rapidly. Behind him, the six-winged angel spirit phantom boomed into existence, more solid and majestic than ever. 6 pairs of wings unfurled, causing the energy within the entire ice and fire yin-yang well to become restless. He could clearly feel his spirit power bottleneck being easily broken like paper. He instantly stepped into the rank 96 Super Douluo realm. Congratulations to the Supreme Pontiff on reaching the rank 96 Super Douluo realm. Feeling this terrifying aura, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully, their faces full of awe. Looking at the majestic six-winged angel phantom behind her father, Qian Renxue's face was full of admiration. She clapped and cheered. "Father is so amazing." Qian Xunji withdrew his aura, and the spirit phantom slowly dissipated. Feeling the powerful strength within him, he was filled with emotion. He thought to himself, "Stuck at rank 95 for 3 whole years, and today I finally broke through." Speaking of which, the talent of this body really was a bit lacking. If it weren't for the child feedback system, relying solely on my own cultivation, I wouldn't know how long I'd have to wait to break through, but it doesn't matter now. As long as Xiao Zhu can continue to grow, reaching godhood in the future, or even surpassing the divine rank, is not impossible. He looked at Qian Renxue, whose face was full of admiration, his eyes filled with expectation. This game of chess has only just begun. Chapter 3. The Angel Cultivation Plan Enshrinement Hall. A little blonde girl with short legs ran behind Qian Douluo, her small body trembling slightly as if she were hiding from something. Following her, Qian Xunji walked in slowly, holding 2 stalks of spiritual plants that emitted a faint spiritual glow. Looking at the little one hiding behind Qian Douluo, he smiled helplessly. Xiao Zhu, come here. This is good stuff. Why are you running? Qian Renxue poked her small head out from behind Qian Douluo's wide sleeves, her golden eyes looking at him pitifully. Clutching her chubby little belly with her small hands, she said in a childish voice, "Grandpa, I'm already full. Look, my tummy is all round." Qian Douluo looked down at his great-granddaughter's bulging belly, then looked up and glared at Qian Xunji. His tone carried a hint of reproach. "Jir, Xiao Zhu is still so young. If you keep giving her supplements every day like this, what if it ruins her health?" The smile on Qian Xunji's face remained unchanged, but his tone was full of certainty. "Father, it won't. I'm giving Xiao Zhu spiritual plants that consolidate the foundation and nurture the origin. They aren't harmful at all. You also know that Xiao Zhu hasn't added a spirit ring yet. We can take advantage of the fact that she's restricted by the lack of a spirit ring and cannot break through to a higher realm to lay a solid foundation and compress her spirit power." He paused, listing the results of the past 3 months. In the 3 months since returning, she has been eating spiritual plants and whale marrow every day. She has even consumed 5 immortal herbs. Look, hasn't she grown quite a bit taller? Her physical body strength has even reached the spirit ancestor level, and her mental force has soared directly to the spirit emperor level because she took the gaze through autumn water's dew. Her spirit power has been compressed 3 times, with each compression increasing its intensity by 40%. This is only possible because of Xiao Zhu's extraordinary talent. Even you only managed 3 compressions, with each only increasing spirit power intensity by 30%. At this point, his tone carried a hint of pride. What an opportunity this is. What other child could have such cultivation conditions? Qian Douluo fell silent. He looked at Qian Renxue's noticeably more developed little body and felt the faintly surging spirit power within her, far more refined and thick than that of children her age, and a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. He had seen his granddaughter's changes with his own eyes. Her growth over the past 3 months was indeed staggering. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she had been reborn. His original worries seemed truly redundant. Grandpa Tilda. Seeing that Qian Douluo remained silent, Qian Renxue reached out her small hand and gently tugged at his robe, her little face full of playfulness. Qian Douluo's heart softened at his great-granddaughter's tug, and he sighed, his tone softening. "All right, Xiao Zhu is still young. There's no rush to increase her strength right now. Let's wait a few days before giving her these herbs." Upon hearing this, a relieved smile immediately appeared on Qian Renxue's face, her eyes curving into 2 little crescents. She even stuck her tongue out at Qian Xunji, clearly resistant to the idea of taking medicine. Qian Xunji shook his head helplessly and asked instead, "By the way, Father, did any of the enshriners break through after taking the immortal herbs from before? It's not that fast." Qian Douluo said calmly, "Although immortal herbs are miraculous, the energy they contain is still too little for titled Douluo above rank 96. They can only serve as a catalyst for a breakthrough. However, it did give them hope. They are all currently in secluded cultivation. If nothing goes wrong, Qian Jun, Jiang Mo, and Location should be able to break through with them. As for the others, it's hard to say. At least for the next few years, there's likely little hope." Qian Xunji nodded, not surprised. He took 3 immortal herbs out of his spirit tool and let them float in midair. The first one was entirely crimson, its leaves burning like flames and emitting a scorching aura. It was the infernal apricot. The second one was bathed in soft white light, with a holy halo flowing around the edges of its leaves. It was the holy light grass. The third one emitted a vast, majestic, and sacred aura with layers of petals, named Holy Heart. Following that, over 100 spiritual plants of various types appeared, colorful and shrouded in spiritual Kai, floating together beside Qian Dailiu. Seeing so many precious herbs suddenly appear, Qian Dailiu frowned slightly, his eyes full of confusion as he looked at Qian Xunji. "Jir, what is this? Father, give Xiao Zhu one of these immortal herbs every half-month and please guide her personally during the absorption. Just give her 2 of these spiritual plants every day," Qian Xunji explained. "I need to go out for a while." Qian Dailiu put all the herbs into his spirit tool and mused. "Jir, Xiao Zhu's foundation is already solid enough. These immortal herbs are too precious. It might be better to leave them for the younger generation of the spirit hall to cultivate some talent." Qian Xunji shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he asked back, "Father, don't you want to see the angel god reappear in the world?" Qian Dailiu's whole body jolted, and he suddenly looked at Qian Xunji, an incredulous light flashing in his eyes. The angel god was his lifelong obsession and the hope of the Qian family for thousands of years. Having Qian Xunji say it so bluntly caused a storm to instantly surge in his heart. "I am certain that Xiao Zhu's talent will lead to the 9 angel trials, but even among gods, there are differences. The more solid the foundation, the stronger the combat power at the same level in the future. Don't you want to cultivate the strongest angel god?" His eyes were filled with longing for the future. "The strongest angel god," Qian Dailiu muttered to himself, his expression becoming complex. That was a height he had never dared to hope for. There are ranks even among gods. If they could truly cultivate the strongest angel god, the glory of the Qian family would reach an unprecedented peak. His eyes were first filled with confusion, but then a spark of fire ignited. It was the light of hope and ambition, shining with a burning intensity. Seeing this, Qian Xunji took out 3 more immortal herbs from his spirit tool and handed them to Qian Dailiu. "Father, you should take these 3 immortal herbs. You have been stuck in this realm for decades. Perhaps they can help you take a step further." Qian Dailiu instinctively took a step back, avoiding the immortal herbs, and shook his head with a firm tone. "No. These immortal herbs are best left for Xiao Zhu. My realm is no longer something immortal herbs can easily shake." He had devoted his life to the angel godhood and had long since set himself aside, willing to pour all resources into the next generation. "Father, don't you want to defeat that person?" Qian Xunji's voice suddenly rose a bit, carrying a hint of provocation. "In our Qian family, which generation of direct descendants hasn't been a presence that dominated an era? Are you really willing to just stop here and let the regret continue?" The words, "that person," were like a thorn, piercing deep into Qian Dailiu's heart. His expression instantly became incredibly complex, filled with unwillingness and a deeply hidden sense of humiliation. That was his lifelong rival. Qian Xunji's words had accurately struck his deepest pain point. Beside them, Qian Renxue was a bit bewildered by the suddenly heavy atmosphere between the two. She curiously looked at her grandfather's changing expression, then at her father's sharp gaze, her little head turning back and forth. She didn't understand what they were talking about, but she could feel the tension in the air. Seeing Qian Dailiu's resolve waver, Qian Xunji immediately used spirit power to condense his voice into a thread and sent it into Qian Dailiu's ear. "Father, the 9 angel trials ultimately require the high priest sacrifice simply because there isn't enough energy to open the gates of the angel temple. But if you can take a step further, and I also reach the Super Douluo realm, plus the combined efforts of the 6 enshriners and the elders, could we still not force open the gates of the angel temple? Xiao Zhu is still so small, she can't be without her grandfather." The last sentence struck Qian Dailiu's heart like a heavy hammer. He suddenly looked at Qian Renxue, looking at his great-granddaughter's innocent little face and the dependence and affection in her eyes, and the softest part of his heart was deeply touched. He had sacrificed too much in his life for the angel godhood. Did he really have to let his granddaughter experience the pain of losing a loved one? His eyes were filled with struggle, obsession with the godhood, unwillingness toward his rival, and even more so, love and reluctance for his granddaughter. All these emotions intertwined, making his gaze turn murky. A moment later, the aura on Qian Dailiu's body suddenly changed. His aura, which was originally as deep and calm as an ancient well, was now like a huge rock had been thrown into it, setting off towering waves. That pressure, which surpassed the mundane and reached the demigod rank, was no longer deliberately restrained. It carried a resolve to burn one's bridges and a sharp edge, as if a sleeping dragon had finally opened its eyes, ready to face a new challenge. The air around him seemed to freeze, and even the light appeared to be distorted by this aura. Seeing this, a knowing smile appeared on Qian Xunji's face. He knew he had persuaded his stubborn father. "Father, I'll leave Xiao Zhu to you." He nodded slightly to Qian Dailiu, said no more, and turned to walk out of the hall. His golden robe whipped up a sharp arc behind him, his steps firm and without the slightest hesitation. He had more important things to do for himself, for Qian Renxue, and for the future of the Qian family. Inside the enshrinement hall, Qian Dailiu watched Qian Xunji's departing back, then looked down at the innocent Qian Renxue beside him, his gaze gradually becoming incomparably firm. Chapter 4. Tracking in the Dense Forest, First Encounter with Tang. How Xiao Zhu is truly a treasure of a girl. Qian Xunji flew rapidly, while sensing the subtle changes in his spirit power. A smile unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth. My spirit power, which I only just had a breakthrough in, has actually vaguely touched upon the opportunity for the next breakthrough. At this moment, he was flying towards the spirit beast forest in the Kiros Principality, his golden figure cutting through the vast sky and leaving behind a faint afterimage. 3 months ago, he had already ordered his subordinates to search for the tracks of Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Yin. Last month, news came back saying that their hideout had been found. However, Qian Xunji did not act immediately at that time. He wanted to wait for the bond between these 3 siblings to grow deeper. Now that Xiao Zhu was receiving meticulous care from Qian Dailiu, he finally had some free time, so he came personally to see this so-called deep sibling bond. Meanwhile, at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, "Dugu Bo, what are you doing? Come here quickly. Don't think about slacking off." Porcupinefish Douluo's voice carried a hint of severity as he pointed to an open space not far away and said, "Hurry and transplant these herbs over there. We need to divide the areas. Every piece of land must be utilized reasonably. We cannot waste such a precious place." Hearing this, Dugu Bo's figure paused imperceptibly, then he lowered his head and walked over quickly, his voice carrying a hint of barely concealed humility. "Yes, my lord." His movements were slightly stiff as he carefully picked up a bundle of herbs and walked hurriedly towards the designated area, not daring to show the slightest negligence. The once solitary and unruly Dugu Bo in the spirit master's world now seemed like a different person, having reigned in all his sharp edges. "Move faster," Porcupinefish Douluo urged. "You just joined Spirit Hall. This is the time to perform well. Don't always look so lethargic." Dugu Bo lowered his head even further, his voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "This subordinate understands. I will speed up immediately." Who could have imagined that 2 months ago he was not like this? At that time, he had been traveling for several months and returned to his residence full of joy, only to find his herb garden completely changed, with all his precious top-grade herbs gone without a trace. In that moment, monstrous rage erupted like a volcano in his chest. His eyes turned crimson, and the poisonous gas around his body surged uncontrollably, nearly corroding everything in the vicinity. He roared madly, but could only vent at the ruins. That sense of helplessness and despair nearly swallowed him whole. Just as he was on the verge of a breakdown, Porcupinefish Douluo appeared before him with 3 spirit Douluo and 13 spirit saints. Seeing these unfamiliar powerhouses, Dugu Bo instantly regarded them as the enemies who had destroyed his home. Killing intent surged in his eyes and he charged at them recklessly. However, the gap in strength was like a chasm. Before he could even release his spirit ring, he was easily subdued by the other party. A crisp slap landed on his face, followed by a punch to his chest, and finally, a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. He fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood and suffering severe injuries. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. He thought he would meet his death, but to his surprise, Porcupinefish Douluo took a liking to his aptitude. At that time, he was already an 85th level spirit Douluo, not very old, and possessed the potential of a titled Douluo. Porcupinefish Douluo extended an invitation for him to join Spirit Hall. At first, he was completely resistant, but after a few friendly interactions, Dugu Bo helplessly agreed. Afterward, Porcupinefish Douluo helped him draw out a portion of the long-accumulated toxins in his body, alleviating his pain. When he thought of his son and the possibility of his family continuing, his mental defenses finally collapsed, and he ultimately chose to submit, joining Spirit Hall. Porcupinefish Douluo looked at the busy Dugu Bo below and nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. 3 months ago, the Supreme Pontiff personally gave him a mission, ordering him to lead 3 Spirit Douluo and 13 Spirit Saints to guard the ice and fire yin-yang well. On one hand, he was to protect the immortal herbs and spiritual plants here, and on the other, he was responsible for cultivation and transplantation. A plant-type Spirit Douluo and 3 plant-type Spirit Saints were specially arranged in the team. They were all proficient in medicinal knowledge, which came in handy. What made Porcupinefish Douluo even more grateful was that the Supreme Pontiff had also bestowed an immortal herb upon him. Originally, his talent had reached its end, and it was almost impossible to advance further. But after consuming the immortal herb, his spirit power actually broke through to the realm of a 93rd level titled Douluo. He could clearly feel that the potential within his body had not been exhausted, and aiming for level 94 in the future was not an extravagant hope. You must know that every time a titled Douluo increases by 1 level, they can increase their lifespan by 100 years. Thinking of this, he felt full of strength, as if he were still young. Even if he were to aim for level 95, it was not without a chance of success. Life had seemingly never been so wonderful. The view returns to the sky above the spirit beast forest in the Kiro's Principality. Qian Xunji released his powerful mental force, like an invisible giant net, carefully probing every inch of the area below. Yet, he consistently failed to discover the tracks of Tang Hao and the other 2. His brows gradually furrowed, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. What is going on? He muttered to himself, could Tang Hao and the others have already left? Didn't the scouts say that they were hunting a spirit beast over 50,000 years old here? He did not give up and continued to expand the search range, thinking to himself, I'll keep looking. If I really can't find them, I'll go to the nearby Spirit Hall branch to ask about their latest movements. His mental force spread out like waves, and wherever it passed, every spirit beast in the forest was frightened. 100-year spirit beasts were so scared that they curled up in the grass, trembling, not even daring to breathe loudly. 1,000-year spirit beasts ran around in a panic, desperately fleeing from this aura that made their very souls tremble. Even some 10,000-year spirit beasts woke up from their slumber one after another, lifting their heads vigilantly to gaze at the golden figure in the sky, their eyes filled with wariness, not daring to make the slightest move. 2 hours passed, and Qian Xunji had almost turned this spirit beast forest upside down, yet he still hadn't discovered his target. Just as he was about to give up and head to the Spirit Hall branch, a wave of intense fighting fluctuations reached his perception. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately reined in his aura, quietly approaching the center of the fight. The closer he got, the clearer the sounds of the fight became. Roars, bellows, and the booming sounds of colliding spirit abilities intertwined, shaking the surrounding trees until they trembled slightly. Qian Xunji hid within a dense treetop and looked down. He saw that, in a clearing in the forest, a tall, muscular young man was fighting with a giant beast. The young man was dressed in simple black clothes, his short black hair standing up in an unruly fashion, his face resolute. It was exactly Tang Hao. At this moment, his whole body radiated violent spirit power, and yellow, purple, and black spirit rings rhythmically pulsed around him. Every strike he made carried the power to split mountains and crack rocks. And fighting against him was a giant tiger about 8 meters long and over 3 meters high. This tiger was pitch black all over, its body covered with dark golden stripes, like the hardest armor. Its head was massive, and its wide-open bloody maw revealed sharp fangs, while a pair of copper bell-like eyes burned with bloodthirsty red light. Most eye-catching was its tail, which was as thick as a steel whip, with a cluster of sharp bone spurs growing at the end, whistling as it cut through the air during its swings. Clearly, this was a dark golden dreadclaw tiger that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, one of the overlords among beasts. Tang Hao nimbly dodged the dark golden dreadclaw tiger's pounce and bite, his right hand clenched into a fist, purple-black spirit power gathering on his fist, carrying a domineering aura as he smashed it fiercely into the tiger's flank. Roar. The dark golden dreadclaw tiger felt the pain and let out a deafening roar. Its massive tail whipped out like a lash, carrying a whistling wind as it aimed straight for the back of Tang Hao's head. Tang Hao reacted extremely quickly, abruptly lowering his body, and narrowly dodged this fatal blow. The tail grazed past his scalp and slammed fiercely into a large tree behind him. With a loud crack, the tree, which took 2 people to wrap their arms around, snapped in response, and wood chips flew everywhere. The man and the tiger traded blows, fighting to a standstill. Tang Hao relied on his exquisite footwork and immense strength to circle and maneuver with the dark golden dreadclaw tiger. Meanwhile, the dark golden dreadclaw tiger relied on its formidable physical body and instinctive ferocity to launch continuous, fierce attacks. The surrounding trees had already been affected by their battle. Some were broken, others fallen, and the ground was covered with claw marks and fist prints of varying depths, a scene of total chaos. Qian Xunji watched the battle below quietly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had arrived just in time. Chapter 5. Tang Hao and the trio, the time of an incense stick, passed quietly amidst the intense collision. Tang Hao's breath was already slightly disordered, but the battle intent in his eyes grew increasingly intense. He let out a low shout, and his entire body's spirit power erupted without reservation. 7th Spirit Skill, Clear Sky Avatar. Following this shout, his spirit power surged like a tidal wave toward the clear sky hammer in his hand. That already massive hammer instantly expanded, its size growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant hammer 10 meters high, its body covered in ancient patterns, emitting a terrifying pressure. Tang Hao's figure also became a few notches taller, complementing the giant hammer, and every breath carried a sense of immense power. The dark golden dreadclaw tiger sensed a fatal threat. It roared toward the sky, shaking the mountains and forests, and the dark golden stripes all over its body suddenly lit up like burning flames. Its massive body suddenly swelled, its already sharp claws becoming even more ferocious, flashing with a metallic cold light, and an aura of extreme violence permeated the air. It kicked off the ground with all 4 limbs, causing the ground to instantly crack with spiderweb-like fissures, its massive body streaking out like a black bolt of lightning. With a sharp whistle that tore through the air, it lunged fiercely toward Tang Hao, its 2 giant claws crossing as it swiped, intending to tear everything in front of it into shreds. Clang. In his clear sky avatar state, Tang Hao gripped the giant hammer with both hands and smashed it down fiercely against the dark golden dreadclaw tiger's pounce. The giant hammer and the tiger claws collided with a boom, emitting a deafening roar, like thunder exploding in the forest. A violent energy shockwave spread outward from the point of collision, uprooting surrounding trees, sending gravel and broken branches flying, and causing the ground to collapse significantly. Tang Hao felt a massive, overwhelming force transmit from the hammer, numbing his arms and causing a dull ache in the webbing between his thumb and index finger. He could not help but retreat 3 steps, before stabilizing himself. The dark golden dreadclaw tiger was also sent flipping through the air by this immense force, its massive body flying backward. It only stopped after breaking several large trees, letting out a painful roar, with even a few faint cracks appearing on its claws. Not bad power. Qian Xunji was hidden in the shadows, watching this earth-shattering blow. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes. The clear sky hammer truly lives up to its reputation. To be able to unleash power approaching a level 91, titled Douluo at level 85, it is indeed worthy of being the #1 tool spirit under heaven. The dark golden dreadclaw tiger was thoroughly enraged. It shook its head and let out another roar filled with violence, charging toward Tang Hao again regardless of everything. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, seizing this fleeting opportunity, and he stomped his feet hard on the ground. His figure followed like a cannonball leaving the chamber, the giant hammer in his hand carrying the weight of 10,000 jun, smashing down continuously like Mount Tai pressing down on the top. Boom, boom, boom. The giant hammer collided with the dark golden dreadclaw tiger's body time and time again, each time accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones and the tiger's painful roars. Tang Hao's movements were as fast as lightning. Within a few breaths, he had smashed dozens of times, each strike aiming for vital points. Although the dark golden dreadclaw tiger was fierce, it gradually became exhausted under the violent attacks of the clear sky avatar. Its massive body was knocked backward repeatedly, its wounds increasing, and blood stained the ground red. Finally, Tang Hao gathered all his spirit power, raised the giant hammer high, and smashed it fiercely toward the head of the dark golden dreadclaw tiger. With a puchai sound, the hard skull shattered upon impact, and the dark golden dreadclaw tiger's massive body twitched a few times before it completely lost all signs of life. Tang Hao deactivated the clear sky avatar state, and the giant clear sky hammer returned to its original size, which he casually stuck into the ground. He was covered in blood, his messy hair sticking to his sweat-drenched face, panting heavily with his chest heaving violently. Evidently, this battle had consumed a great deal of energy, and he looked quite disheveled. He stumbled to the side of the dark golden dreadclaw tiger's corpse, examined it carefully, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. Still no spirit bone. He muttered to himself, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. The drop rate for spirit bones is truly too low. This is already the 300th 10,000-year spirit beast I've hunted, yet only 3 spirit bones have dropped. It's a pity for this tiger. Its strength was not weak. After speaking, he shook his head, dragged his exhausted body, and turned to walk into the depths of the dense forest. So he really did come to hunt spirit beasts to farm spirit bones. Qian Xunji leaned behind a large tree, watching Tang Hao's departing back, the corners of his mouth curled into an intrigued arc. No wonder he could collect a full set of spirit bones 2 years later, so it was accumulated bit by bit like this. However, I am quite curious that so-called child of destiny, Tang-san, is his arrival actually because of you, Tang Hao, or because of his mother, the Blue-Silver Emperor? He did not follow immediately, but waited for a moment until Tang Hao's figure had completely disappeared into the forest before slowly standing up and following unhurriedly. Tang Hao cleaned himself up briefly by a hidden stream, put on a set of clean clothes, and rested for another incense stick's time before heading in another direction. Passing through a dense forest, a quiet valley appeared ahead. Wisps of cooking smoke rose in the valley. Ah Yin and Tang Zio were sitting beside a flat rock, and the meat roasting on the campfire was emitting an alluring aroma. "Brother Hao, over here." Ah Yin was the first to see Tang Hao. She was wearing a pale green dress, her long hair like a waterfall, and a gentle smile on her face as she waved at Tang Hao. "Ah Yin, big brother." Tang Hao walked over, a look of exhaustion yet satisfaction appearing on his face. "Brother Hao, come quickly. I've finished roasting your meat. It's fresh off the fire and still hot." Tang Zio had an even more burly figure than Tang Hao with a hearty smile on his face. He picked up a piece of golden roasted beast meat and handed it over. "Come, eat it while it's hot." Tang Hao took the roasted meat, took a big bite and said indistinctly, Big Brother's skills are getting better and better. Ah Yin quickly handed over a water skin and said softly, Brother Hao, eat slowly, don't choke. Just as the three were chatting, a slightly mocking voice suddenly came from the edge of the forest. Yo, I've long heard that the Haitian twin stars travel the world with a blue-silver grass spirit master. It's rare to see it today. The expressions of the three, Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Ah Yin, changed drastically, and they instantly became vigilant. Tang Hao stood up abruptly, shielding Ah Yin behind him. Tang Xiao also stood up at the same time. Both of them looked sharply toward the direction the voice came from, their spirit power fully charged and ready for battle at any moment. Only to see Qian Xunji slowly walk out from the forest. He was dressed in a luxurious supreme pontiff robe, his long golden hair shining brilliantly in the sunlight. With an ambiguous smile on his face, his eyes swept over the three of them calmly. When Tang Hao and Tang Xiao saw the newcomer's attire and appearance, their pupils suddenly contracted, and a stormy sea surged in their hearts. Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji, how could he be here? The vigilance of the two instantly rose to the extreme. Chapter 6. Identity Revealed. The battle begins. Qian Xunji watched the tense figures of the two Tang brothers. With a faint, enigmatic smile on his face, his tone carried a hint of deliberate familiarity. My two nephews, what is the meaning of this? Your uncle has traveled thousands of miles to see you, so why do you look as if you are facing a mortal enemy? His gaze seemed peaceful, but it would inadvertently sweep over Ah Yin behind Tang Hao, carrying an indescribable meaning. Tang Hao's expression darkened, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. He said in a low voice, Qian Xunji, stop trying to act close. What exactly are you doing here? He did not believe that the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall would appear in this desolate wilderness for no reason. He must have an ulterior motive. Tang Xiao was relatively more composed. Although his eyes were full of vigilance, he still maintained outward etiquette, cupping his hands as he said, We did not know His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff would visit in person. May I ask what business brings you here? He deliberately emphasized the words Supreme Pontiff to distance themselves from him. Supreme Pontiff, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Hearing those words, Ah Yin's face instantly turned pale, and a thick sense of panic flashed in her eyes. Ever since she started traveling the continent with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, she had been silently operating her blue-silver domain to sense her surroundings and suppress her own spirit beast aura. Upon hearing of the Supreme Pontiff's arrival, she instinctively pushed her blue-silver domain to its current maximum output. In an instant, with her as the center, the blue-silver grass within a radius of dozens of meters grew frantically. A faint spiritual light shimmered on the blades of grass, emitting a vigorous aura of life, yet also betraying a hint of undisguisable tension. Qian Xunji took all of this in, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening, though his tone became even more cordial. My two nephews, you are being too distant. My father and your grandfather were sworn brothers. By seniority, I truly can be considered your uncle. Does an uncle need some high-sounding reason to visit his two nephews? As he said this, his gaze fell upon Ah Yin once more, looking at her as if she were a rare treasure, making no effort to hide his interest. Tang Hao immediately stepped sideways to block Ah Yin, completely cutting off Qian Xunji's line of sight, his eyes as sharp as knives. He retorted bluntly, Don't flatter yourself. Our Clear Sky sect and your Spirit Hall have always minded our own business. Where is this uncle-nephew sentiment coming from? If you have something to say, say it. If you're here to cause trouble, the two of us aren't afraid of you. He could clearly feel the uncomfortable scrutiny in Qian Xunji's gaze as it lingered on Ah Yin. Qian Xunji was not angered by the words. He slowly turned around, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the undulating mountain forests in the distance. His tone suddenly became heavy. Nephews, you know how much blood our human ancestors shed and how many sacrifices they made just to gain a foothold on this continent. He paused, his voice carrying a sense of vicissitude as if he had experienced it himself. Thinking back to those years, spirit beasts rampaged, and humans were nothing more than food in their mouths, barely surviving in the cracks. It was generation after generation of powerful spirit masters who, holding sharp blades and fueled by hot blood and fearless courage, fought and died against the spirit beasts. At the cost of their lives, they gradually drove those ferocious spirit beasts into these remote forests. They carved out a world where their descendants could live in peace. How difficult it was to establish this foundation. Tang Hao's brow furrowed, the unease in his heart growing stronger. He said deeply, "Qian Xunji, what is the meaning of bringing up these old stories?" Tang Xiao also looked worried, his gaze moving back and forth between Qian Xunji and Yin. He felt that these words were pointed, and the alarm bells in his heart rang louder and faster. Standing behind Tang Hao, Yin's body trembled slightly, her face so pale it was almost transparent. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. Qian Xunji's words were like an invisible hammer, striking her heart over and over, making it almost impossible for her to breathe as fear flooded over her like a tide. Just then, Qian Xunji spun around, his gaze like lightning, piercing straight toward Yin. His tone was cold, devoid of any warmth, yet carried a certainty that saw through everything. "Blue-Silver Emperor, do you still intend to continue your disguise now?" This shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in the ears of the three. Yin felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. She jerked her head up, her eyes filled with unbelievable terror, her lips trembling, but she could not utter a single word. She never imagined that the identity she had hidden for so many years would be exposed so easily by him. "Qian Xunji, you have the wrong person." Tang Xiao immediately took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Hao to block Yin. He said in a low voice, "She is just an ordinary blue-silver grass spirit master, not some blue-silver emperor. Stop trying to mislead everyone here." Qian Xunji sneered, his gaze sweeping over the Tang brothers. His eyes became sharp, carrying a powerful sense of pressure. "Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, do you actually intend to harbor 100,000-year transformed soul beast?" His voice suddenly rose. "Do you realize that once this matter gets out, the entire spirit master's world will be shaken? At that time, let alone the two of you, the entire Clear Sky sect will be dragged down, becoming the public enemy of all spirit masters under heaven, doomed for eternity." His gaze was like a cold blade, as if he wanted to slice open their thoughts completely. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's expressions changed drastically, a storm surging in their hearts. Tang Xiao had known since he first met Yin 3 years ago. At that time, he was already a spirit Douluo. It was also from then on that Yin's blue-silver domain was always active. Tang Hao had long noticed Yin's uniqueness, but he had never imagined she was actually a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. A 100,000-year spirit beast, that was an existence the spirit master's world dreamed of. Once exposed, it would inevitably attract the greed of countless powerful experts. When that time came, let alone protecting Yin, even the entire Clear Sky sect would face total destruction. Tang Hao's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, and Qian Xunji's words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He faintly felt that what Qian Xunji said might be true, but as he looked at Yin behind him, shivering and looking at him with eyes full of reliance, every moment of their 3 years together instantly flooded his mind. Her tenderness as she mended their clothes by the campfire, the way she looked worried and tearful when he was injured, her eyes silently encouraging him when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Without realizing it, this gentle and kind woman had already walked into his heart, becoming an indispensable part of his life. Regardless of Yin's identity, she is our friend and someone I, Tang Hao, will protect. Tang Hao took a deep breath. His gaze became incredibly firm. He took a step forward, and the spirit power around his body began to surge. No one will hurt her. Not even Spirit Hall, not even the entire Spirit Master's world. I, Tang Hao, will never back down. Seeing their resolute expressions, a cold light flashed in Qian Xunji's eyes, and his aura suddenly erupted. The pressure of a rank 96 Super Douluo bore down like rolling dark clouds. The surrounding air became stagnant. "Nephews, are you certain you want to make an enemy of me, of Spirit Hall, of the entire Spirit Master's world, and even of all humanity, just for a spirit beast?" His voice carried a majesty akin to a final judgment. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao only felt a massive pressure rushing at them, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on their shoulders, making even breathing difficult. But they did not retreat in the slightest. The spirit power within them circulated frantically, and two pitch-black clear sky hammers appeared in their hands simultaneously. The hammer bodies were ancient and heavy, emitting an overbearing and peerless aura that stood its ground against Qian Xunji's pressure. "It seems you are determined to have a showdown." Seeing this, a cold arc curled at the corner of Qian Xunji's mouth. "Very well. Let me personally weigh just how much these so-called Haitian twin stars are worth." Before his voice had even faded, the golden spirit power on his body rose like a blazing flame, and an even more terrifying aura spread out. Chapter 7. Hammer falls, shaking the heavens, 6 wings. A startling vision. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance, their battle intent rising in their eyes. The next moment, brilliant spirit rings simultaneously lit up on both of them. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 8 spirit rings pulsing in alternation. Radiating tyrannical spirit power fluctuations, they caused the surrounding air to vibrate and slightly distort. 6th soul skill, earth impact. Tang Hao let out a low shout, his 6th black spirit ring suddenly lighting up as his clear sky hammer seemed imbued with the heaviness and grandeur of the earth. The hammerhead was shrouded in a yellowish-brown halo, carrying the might to shatter the earth as it smashed violently toward Qian Xunji. 5th soul skill, mountain-breaking strike. Tang Xiao followed closely behind, his 5th black spirit ring shining brightly as his clear sky hammer concentrated an unstoppable force of destruction. It formed a pincer attack with Tang Hao's hammer from the left and right, sealing off all of Qian Xunji's space for evasion. Qian Xunji's eyes flickered slightly, his footwork shifting as he slid several zhang to the side, narrowly avoiding the pincer attack of the 2 giant hammers. With 2 loud boom sounds, both clear sky hammers slammed heavily into the ground, instantly shattering the hard rock and causing the ground to collapse into 2 deep pits several meters wide, sending gravel flying and dust billowing. A bit interesting. Qian Xunji watched the exploding dust, his right hand slightly raised as a long sword, completely golden and flowing with holy light, materialized in his hand. He weighed the sword in his hand, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. "My 2 nephews, since you have made the first move, then your uncle will play with you. I'd like to see if you have the qualifications to make me use a spirit ability." Arrogant, Tang Hao shouted angrily, completely enraged by the other party's disdain. His spirit power erupted beneath his feet, his figure rushing toward Qian Xunji like lightning, the clear sky hammer sweeping out with a whistling wind, aiming straight for Qian Xunji's waist. Tang Xiao circled from the other side, his hammer slashing vertically to block Qian Xunji's path of evasion upward. Qian Xunji remained unhurried, his long sword twirling a golden sword flower, precisely knocking against the handle of Tang Hao's hammer, with a crisp clang. Tang Hao felt a subtle force transmit through, slightly deflecting the trajectory of his hammer. At the same time, he floated backward, dodging Tang Xiao's vertical slash with fluid, effortless movements. Tang Hao used the momentum to turn, his hammer swinging toward Qian Xunji's back. Qian Xunji seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Without turning, he backhanded his long sword, once again parrying the clear sky hammer. Simultaneously, he tapped his toes on the ground, leaping diagonally upward to dodge Tang Xiao's follow-up attack. The 3 began to grapple in the forest clearing. Tang Hao's hammer technique was fierce and domineering, each strike carrying an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Tang Xiao's hammer technique was steady and heavy, pressing forward step by step, not giving Qian Xunji any chance to catch his breath. The 2 cooperated seamlessly, one attacking and one defending, forming a tight offensive that forced Qian Xunji to constantly dodge. Qian Xunji held his long sword, his figure flickering unpredictably, like willow catkins in the wind. He rarely attacked proactively, yet he could always dodge the brothers' pincer attacks in the nick of time. Occasionally, when he parried with his sword, it was only a light touch before he used the force to retreat, always maintaining a subtle distance from the two, worthy of being the Hayashin twin stars. Qian Xunji nodded inwardly while dodging. This combat power is comparable to 2 level 91 titled Douluo. However, to me, it still poses no threat. Just right, let them accompany me to practice and familiarize myself with the power of this body. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance, both seeing solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that continuing like this would not hurt the opponent at all. Tang Hao shouted in a low voice, "Luan Paifeng." Tang Xiao immediately understood, and the two crossed figures, their clear sky hammers beginning to swing at an extremely fast speed. Hammer shadows piled up, enveloping Qian Xunji like a fierce storm. Oh, is this the disorder-splitting wind hammer method? A hint of interest flashed in Qian Xunji's eyes. It does have its unique aspects, but unfortunately, the weaknesses are too obvious. The fifth hammer fell, carrying a sharp whistle that tore through the air, smashing toward the top of Qian Xunji's head. Qian Xunji turned sideways and spun, narrowly dodging as the hammer smashed into the ground with another loud noise. The sixth hammer followed closely, its angle tricky, aiming straight for Qian Xunji's knees. Qian Xunji tapped his toes on the ground, his body rising, the hammer flying past his ankle and smashing into a large tree, the trunk snapping in response. The seventh hammer swept horizontally, carrying a rotating force, attempting to drag Qian Xunji into it. Qian Xunji twisted in midair, dodging like a nimble snake, the hammer wind sweeping past and causing his robes to rustle loudly. As the number of hammer strikes increased, the power of the disorder-splitting wind hammer method grew stronger and stronger. The 11th hammer, the 12th hammer, the 13th hammer. The hammer shadows became increasingly dense, and the spirit power fluctuations became more and more violent. Surrounding trees were constantly snapped by the hammer wind, and the ground was covered with dense pits. Qian Xunji's evasions also became faster, his golden figure weaving through the hammer shadows like a startled swan, always able to dodge fatal attacks by a hair's breadth. Occasionally, he would counterattack with his sword, the tip pointing out like a meteor, forcing the Tang brothers to turn back and block with their hammers, disrupting their rhythm. The 26th hammer, the 27th hammer, the 28th hammer. The brothers' breathing became increasingly rapid, beads of sweat seeping from their foreheads, but the clear sky hammers in their hands swung faster and faster, as if they knew no fatigue. "My two nephews, is this all the capability you have?" Qian Xunji's voice sounded amidst the hammer shadows, carrying undisguised sarcasm. The successors of the number one sect in the world, just this. These words were like pouring oil on a fire, completely igniting the anger of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. They let out a roar, and the clear sky hammers in their hands swung even faster, the 30th hammer, the 35th hammer, the 45th hammer. The hammer momentum became increasingly violent. Qian Xunji was still dodging, only occasionally striking back with his sword, each counterattack precisely landing on the weak point of the hammer handle, making the Tang brothers' arms numb. The 70th hammer, 71, 72. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. The hammer shadows had connected into one piece, forming an airtight hammer net. Tang Hao glared at Qian Xunji, who was dodging calmly within the hammer net, and rebuked. "Qian Xunji, are you not the supreme pontiff? Can you only scurry away like a stray dog? If you have the ability, take one of my hammers head-on." Qian Xunji easily dodged a hammer, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Nephew, it's not that I don't want to take it, it's that the speed at which you swing your hammer is too slow. I don't want to dodge either, but you keep missing me, there's nothing I can do." Tang Hao's eyes instantly turned crimson, anger burning fiercely in his chest. he looked at Tang Xiao and shouted in a low voice, "Big brother." Tang Xiao's eyes sharpened, and he nodded heavily, responding to his determination. The 79th hammer, the 80th hammer. The brothers' auras had reached their peak, the light from their spirit rings shining brightly, and their spirit power surged into the clear sky hammers like a bursting flood. 99, 81 hammers. The two roared simultaneously, pouring all their strength into the final hammer strike. The two clear sky hammers converged in the air, forming a huge phantom, carrying a powerful aura as they smashed fiercely toward Qian Xunji. This hammer strike condensed all the essence of the disorder-splitting wind hammer method. Its speed was as fast as lightning, its power as heavy as Mount Tai, and the air was compressed until it groaned under the unbearable strain. Blue veins bulged on Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's faces. The muscles on their arms knotted. They had clearly exhausted all their strength, sweat sliding down their cheeks and dripping onto the ground, splashing up tiny specks of dust. Watching the approaching clear sky hammer phantom, the mockery on Qian Xunji's face vanished, replaced by a smile of disdain. A flash of golden light appeared behind his back, and 6 pairs of huge golden wings suddenly unfolded, holy, majestic, and radiating glorious heavenly might. Just as the huge hammer phantom was about to strike him, the 6 wings behind Qian Xunji flapped violently, his figure flying backward like an arrow from a bow, instantly creating distance. Boom, boom, 2 deafening loud noises sounded almost simultaneously. Both clear sky hammers slammed heavily into the position where Qian Xunji had just been standing, the immense impact causing the ground to collapse violently, forming a huge deep pit over 20 meters in diameter. Surrounding trees were uprooted, gravel and soil shot into the sky like a fountain, and dust billowed, almost obscuring the sky. The violent energy shockwave spread outward, and Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were pushed back fiercely by this recoil force, stumbling back a dozen steps before stabilizing their figures, a trace of blood overflowing from the corners of their mouths, their faces pale. Seeing this, Yin hurriedly activated the blue-silver domain. Countless blue-silver grass sprouted from the ground, gently binding onto Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's bodies, the grass blades emitting a soft green light containing pure healing energy, slowly repairing their damaged meridians and bodies. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao panted heavily, looking at the huge deep pit filled with dust, then looking at Qian Xunji standing in the distance with wings spread, their eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. They knew that there was still an insurmountable gap between themselves and the opponent. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Qian Xunji's 6 wings flapped lightly behind him, standing in the void realm, his gaze calmly watching the 3 of Tang Hao. He spoke slowly. "My 2 good nephews, hand over the blue-silver emperor to me now, and we can still be considered family friends. You should be clear that you are not my match." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes burned with even greater anger, gripping the clear sky hammer in his hand tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He roared in a low voice, "Dream on. Yin is our friend. If you want to touch her, step over our dead bodies first," Tang Xiao also said in a deep voice. "Your Excellency, Supreme Pontiff, Yin has never harmed anyone. Please raise your hand high and spare her. This matter has nothing to do with the Clear Sky sect. We 2 brothers are willing to bear the consequences alone." Qian Xunji shook his head, his eyes gradually turning cold. "Since that is the case, don't blame your uncle for not considering old feelings. Today, I will teach you 2 ignorant juniors a good lesson on behalf of Tang Chen." His eyes were as sharp as knives, carrying a condescending scrutiny. Before his voice fell, the aura on Qian Xunji's body began to climb continuously. At the same time, dozens of golden long swords materialized out of thin air around him, the blades flowing with holy light. Suspended in the air, the sword tips pointed in unison at the 3 of Tang Hao, radiating a chilling, killing intent. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Yin's expressions changed drastically. Feeling that almost suffocating pressure and the deadly threat coming from the golden swords, all 3 of their bodies trembled slightly. Yin's face was even paler than paper, and she subconsciously shrank backward. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao immediately shielded Yin behind them, both simultaneously circulating their spirit power, raising their own auras to the peak to share that terrifying pressure, attempting to buy a sliver of breathing space for Yin. Chapter 8, Sword of Judgment. Yin captured Tang Hao, looked at Yin, who was protected behind him, then at Tang Xiao beside him, who also wore a solemn expression, his eyes suddenly narrowing. His eyes instantly turned crimson, as if burning with two blood-colored flames, and a low growl, suppressed to the extreme, erupted from the depths of his throat, carrying a destructive madness. Roar. In an instant, the ink-black slaughter god domain erupted from within his body, spreading outwards like a tidal wave. Wherever the domain passed, the air was stained blood-red, and a chilling, bone-piercing killing intent permeated the surroundings. At the same time, the 8 spirit rings on his body emerged once again. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 their light flowing. Immediately after, the first 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, shattered inch by inch like broken glass, transforming into pure energy that merged into his body. Brother Hao. Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao with a face full of worry, his eyes filled with shock. Exploding 6 spirit rings in succession would undoubtedly cause irreparable damage to his body, and might even completely ruin his path to cultivate. Slaughter God Domain, ring explosion, not a bad ability. Qian Xunji raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise in his eyes. With this, Tang Hao's aura has actually surged to the level of 92, and combined with the Slaughter God Domain, he can contend with a level 94 for a short time. Before he finished speaking, his mind stirred, and the dozens of golden longswords floating in the air divided into 5 groups, shooting towards Tang Hao in unison. The blades sliced through the air, emitting sharp whistles. The first group of swords aimed directly at Tang Hao's face. Tang Hao did not dodge or evade, his left hand forming a palm, and with thick killing intent, he struck the sword bodies. With a clang, the sword was deflected, flying past his cheek and taking with it a lock of black hair. The second and third groups of swords attacked from the left and right, aiming for his shoulders. Tang Hao's footwork shifted, his figure spinning like a top, and the clear sky hammer danced in his hands into a black shadow, knocking both groups of swords away simultaneously. The fourth group of swords stabbed cunningly from below. Tang Hao suddenly lowered his body, avoiding it narrowly. The blades grazed his abdomen, causing a stinging pain. The fifth group of swords followed closely behind, aiming straight for his heart. Tang Hao struck back with a hammer blow, knocking all the swords away. Just as Tang Hao knocked away all the flying swords, a sudden, intense pain erupted from his back. Brother Hao, Brother Hao. Almost simultaneously, the startled cries of Tang Xiao and Yin rang out. Qian Xunji had appeared behind Tang Xiao without anyone noticing and kicked out fiercely. Tang Xiao was caught off guard and was kicked away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the distant mountainside. With a rumble, the mountain rocks shattered and dust filled the air. After succeeding, Qian Xunji did not stop, his figure flashing as he instantly arrived beside Yin, reaching out to wrap his arm around her waist and taking her into the sky, hovering in midair. Tang Hao turned his head sharply, seeing exactly this scene. He looked down subconsciously, only to see a golden longsword piercing his chest, blood slowly trickling down the blade. He opened his mouth, a fishy sweetness surging up his throat, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. What shocked him even more was that the spirit power within his body was being rapidly purified and dissolved by the sacred energy radiating from the longsword, vanishing as quickly as snow meeting the scorching sun. A wave of intense weakness washed over his body, and Tang Hao could no longer hold on. With a thud, he fell to one knee, his hand gripping the clear sky hammer trembling slightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. "Let me go." Yin, held in Qian Xunji's arms, was anxious and angry. Her cheeks flushed as she stretched out her small fists to beat incessantly against Qian Xunji's chest, though the force was like a tickle. Qian Xunji had no expression on his face, only looking down at her, tightening his arm to make it impossible for her to break free on the other side. Tang Xiao struggled to climb out of the pile of rubble, covered in injuries, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He glared angrily at Qian Xunji in midair, shouting with a hoarse voice, "Qian Xunji, let go of third sister." His eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire, filled with bloodshot veins. Qian Xunji glanced at him, his tone indifferent. "Let her go, based on what you can do." "Qian Xunji, you only know how to sneak attack from behind. Are you even worthy of being the supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall?" Tang Xiao staggered towards Tang Hao while angrily berating him. Every step aggravated his wounds, making him wince in pain, yet he still did not stop. "You can't even keep up with my speed. Do you have the qualifications to be my opponent?" Qian Xunji's lips curled into a mocking smile. "If your skills are inferior, don't blame the means for being despicable." Tang Xiao's rage burned even hotter, but he could only force it down. He turned to look at Tang Hao, discovering that the golden longsword that had pierced his chest had disappeared, and quickly asked, "Brother Hao, are you all right?" Tang Hao gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up, and shook his head, his voice hoarse. "Big brother, I'm fine. I won't be defeated by Qian Xunji using such despicable methods." At this moment, 80% of the power within his body had been purified, and the remaining 20% of spirit power was still struggling to suppress the injuries in his body. Every movement tugged at the intense pain. Qian Xunji looked at the two wretched figures below and shook his head. His tone carried a hint of feigned, sorrowful regret. "Is this the so-called Haitian twin stars? You don't even have the qualifications to make me use a spirit ability. It seems the Clear Sky sect has finally declined." "Stop putting on an act," Tang Xiao shouted angrily. "Put away that disgusting face of yours. If it weren't for your cultivation being higher than ours, would we, two brothers, be afraid of you?" Qian Xunji ignored him further, his gaze falling on Yin, who was twisting incessantly in his arms. The young girl's body was soft and warm, carrying a faint fragrance of vegetation. As she struggled, her hair brushed against his neck, bringing a slight itch. The corners of his mouth tilted up slightly, and he suddenly lowered his head, pressing down on the back of Yin's neck, and kissed her without a word of explanation. Yin's pupils shrank, her eyes filled with terror and anger. She struggled desperately, her hands pushing hard against Qian Xunji's chest, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. "Qian Xunji, you are courting death." Seeing this, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao below had their eyes splitting with rage, their anger erupting like a volcano. The slaughter god domain on Tang Hao's body surged again, the blood-colored light almost solidifying, and the remaining spirit power in his body burned crazily, his aura actually rising continuously. Qian Xunji frowned, his heart filled with confusion. What's going on? How can Tang Hao still explode with power? This shouldn't be. The spirit power in his body was clearly almost completely purified by me. He clearly felt that Tang Hao's aura was rising rapidly. Level 90, level 91, level 92, level 93, and it was still climbing. Could it be that he hired a substitute player? A hint of panic inexplicably rose in Qian Xunji's heart. This unreasonable eruption made him feel a sense of unease. He suddenly released Yin, not caring about her eyes that looked as if they wanted to kill him, and his aura erupted suddenly. The pressure of a level 96 super Douluo descended, and at the same time, he unfolded the angelic domain. The holy golden light spread out, colliding with Tang Hao's slaughter god domain, emitting a sizzling sound. Tang Xiao bore the brunt of it, fiercely suppressed by the pressure of the angelic domain, his knees softening. With a thud, he fell to one knee, his face pale, his whole body trembling. Tang Hao also felt his power being greatly suppressed, and the expansion of his slaughter god domain was immediately hindered. Sixth soul skill, Sword of Judgment. Qian Xunji gave a low shout, the sixth spirit ring on his body suddenly lighting up, and the dazzling golden light condensed into a giant light sword, hacking down fiercely towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao roared, using all his strength to lift the clear sky hammer, smashing it up to meet the light sword. Bang! With a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering loud noise, the light sword and the clear sky hammer collided, and a violent energy shockwave spread to the surroundings, tearing several cracks into the ground. Tang Hao only felt an irresistible force coming from it, his arm instantly fracturing, and the clear sky hammer flew out of his hand. His body flew backwards, spraying a mouthful of blood in the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, sliding for dozens of meters before stopping. Countless trees along the way were snapped, and a deep trench was left in the ground. "Brother Hao, Brother Xiao," Yin cried out miserably, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She glared fiercely at Qian Xunji, her eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. Qian Xunji ignored her gaze directly, looking down at the heavily injured Tang Hao and Tang Xiao below, and snorted coldly. "Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, if you are not convinced, I will wait for you at Spirit Hall." After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Yin's waist again, his 6 wings flapping behind him, transforming into a streak of golden light as he sped away. "I must leave here quickly," Qian Xunji thought to himself. The power of Tang Hao's last strike was actually equivalent to the power of a spirit ability used by a level 95 titled Douluo. If someone says this isn't a substitute player, not even a dog would believe it. Time to slip away. In the distance, Tang Hao's roar, filled with endless hatred, came. "Qian Xunji, I will kill you," the voice echoed in the mountains and forests. Chapter 9. Blue Silver weeps. Hell opens in a corner of the forest. A campfire was blazing, roasting 2 soft bones rabbits on a spit until they sizzled. Golden grease dripped down, splashing tiny sparks into the fire, and the rich aroma of meat wafted away on the evening breeze. Yin sat on a nearby stone, clutching her hem tightly, her gaze falling on Qian Xunji with complex emotions. Her eyes were full of anger, vigilance, and a hint of undisguised fear. Her lips were pressed into a straight line, and the blue-silver grass around her swayed imperceptibly, betraying her unease. Qian Xunji picked up a roasted soft bones rabbit, brought it to his nose for a sniff, and then nodded with satisfaction. Aromatic. Having said that, he began to gulp it down, his movements casual. "If you want to eat, take one yourself." Yin's voice trembled. She took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation in her heart, and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" "What is your goal?" Qian Xunji swallowed the rabbit meat in his mouth, looked up at her, and said slowly, "A transformed soul beast is a rare find, seen only once in a century. I've heard that the innate spirit power of a transformed soul beast is always level 10. In the spirit master's world, men have always outnumbered women, and women with talent and high cultivation are as rare as a phoenix. However, rest assured, I have no interest in your spirit ring or spirit bone." Having said that, he took another big bite of the rabbit meat. Yin frowned, her doubts deepening. "Since you don't want my spirit ring or spirit bone, what exactly do you want?" "I have nothing you could possibly value." "How can you have nothing?" Qian Xunji put down the rabbit in his hand, his eyes becoming burning hot, and he edged closer to Yin, step by step. "Your talent, your vitality, these are treasures that others seek but cannot find." Seeing this, Yin instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and shrank backward. She scolded, "You, don't come over." Because of her nervousness, her body swayed, and she slipped off the stone, falling onto the grass. Qian Xunji tossed the leftover soft bones rabbit aside, quickly stepped forward, crouched down, reached out to lift Yin's chin, and forced her to meet his gaze. "Give birth to an offspring for me, and I will set you free. You bastard." Yin slapped his hand away, rage burning in her eyes, tears welling up. "You might as well kill me." The smile on Qian Xunji's face faded, and his tone turned cold. "Blue-silver emperor, you wouldn't want something to happen to those 2 guys, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, would you?" Yin's body stiffened, the anger in her eyes instantly replaced by fear. She looked at Qian Xunji in disbelief, her voice trembling with anger. You are shameless, shameless." Qian Xunji curled his lips in indifference, but his eyes grew sharper, carrying a naked threat. "Blue-silver emperor, as the ruler of the blue-silver grass clan, you wouldn't want the blue-silver forest to be destroyed, would you?" Yin's face turned pale as a sheet. She suddenly looked up, her voice carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. "How do you know about the blue-silver forest?" That was the foundation of their blue-silver grass clan, a secret that must never be told to outsiders. Qian Xunji's mouth curled into a mocking arc. Who would have thought that the seemingly weak blue-silver grass actually hides a blue-silver emperor with 100,000 years of cultivation? And dozens of blue-silver grass with 10,000 years of cultivation. As for those with hundreds or thousands of years, they are countless. These are all rare resources. Yin trembled violently, and tears finally couldn't help but stream down her cheeks. With the strength of Spirit Hall, if they really wanted to attack the blue-silver forest, they would have no power to resist, and Tang Hao and Tang Xiao would also be plunged into eternal doom because of her. Just as she was in a state of chaos, Qian Xunji suddenly leaned over and pinned her to the ground. Yin lay on the soft grass, Qian Xunji pressing down on her, the distance between them so close that they could feel each other's breathing and heartbeats. "Blue-silver Emperor, agree to me, and you can preserve the blue-silver forest and protect Tang Hao and Tang Xiao." His voice rang in her ear, carrying a bewitching magic. Countless emotions churned in Yin's heart, anger at his despicable threat, fear that something might happen to the blue-silver forest and Tang Hao and the others, despair, knowing she was powerless to resist, and a trace of unspeakable humiliation. Her lips trembled, wanting to say something, but she couldn't make a sound, only allowing tears to fall silently, soaking the grass beneath her. Qian Xunji watched her painful struggle without saying another word, simply leaning down and kissing her. Yin struggled desperately at first, pushing hard against his chest with both hands, twisting her body in an attempt to break free from his control. But her strength was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree in front of Qian Xunji. Gradually, her struggle grew weaker and weaker, and finally she went completely still, with only tears flowing silently, telling of endless humiliation and despair. The next moment, a holy golden light suddenly erupted from Qian Xunji, and the angelic domain quietly unfolded. With him as the center, a white halo of light expanded rapidly, enveloping everything around it and cutting off all prying eyes from the outside. The holy aura emitted by the domain made the surrounding spirit beasts terrified. Whether they were birds in the trees or beasts in the grass, they all scattered and fled, avoiding this area from afar, not daring to get anywhere near it. In this corner of the forest, only that white halo remained, along with the silent surrender within it. Meanwhile, in Slaughter City. Inside the slaughter arena, Bibai Dong stood in the center of the arena, with 9 corpses lying helter-skelter around her, blood staining the ground red. She was dressed in black, her face devoid of any expression. The thousands of people watching the battle erupted into deafening cheers at the sight. Their eyes flashed with fanaticism as they roared and shouted, pushing the bloodshed and cruelty here to the extreme. "Slaughter King, I have completed 100 consecutive victories. I can now open the Hell Road." Bibai Dong's voice was cold, piercing through the noisy cheers and clearly entering the ears of everyone present. From the shadows, the Slaughter King's voice sounded, carrying a trace of eerie hoarseness. "Deadly Spider, have you thought it through? Not everyone can walk out of the Hell Road alive." Bibai Dong looked up toward the shadows, her tone firm. "My mind is made up." The Slaughter King's eyes suddenly turned red, like 2 burning blood-colored flames. The surrounding audience, seeing this, were so excited they were almost crazy, roaring, "Hell Road, it's the Hell Road." No one has ever seen the Hell Road open with their own eyes. Finally, we can broaden our horizons this time. However, the next moment, the excitement on their faces instantly froze, replaced by endless terror. An invisible force suddenly erupted from the shadows, crazily draining the Kai and blood from their bodies. "Ah, my body. What's happening? I feel so terrible. Help, help me," screams and wails rose one after another. Everyone realized with horror that their appearance was becoming shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, their hair losing its luster, and their bodies withering rapidly. They wanted to run, but found their bodies pinned to the spot, unable to move, and could only watch as their vitality was drained away bit by bit. Some tried to resist, but as soon as they channeled their spirit power, it was devoured by that eerie force, and they died even faster. Panic spread like a plague, and the scene fell into chaos, yet no one could escape this deadly extraction. A few breaths later, the clamor completely subsided. The thousands of fanatic spectators had now all turned into shriveled corpses, like puppets drained of moisture, lying on the ground in a bizarre and terrifying scene. As the last bit of Qian blood was extracted, the ground in the center of the arena suddenly cracked open, and a black passage exuding a sinister aura slowly appeared. It was the Hell Road. Bibai Dong glanced at the dried corpses around her without the slightest ripple on her face, leaped and jumped into that darkness. Chapter 10. Second compression of spirit power riverside. The wind, carrying moisture, brushed past Ah Yin's hair tips. She wore a beast control ring that emitted a faint silver light on her body. Her light green dress was stained with a bit of dust. She looked at Qian Xunji, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, her heart filled with mixed emotions. It had already been 7 days. 7 days ago, she had been injured by Qian Xunji, blood gushing out, and after a simple treatment of her wounds, she was brought by him to this unfamiliar riverbank. During these 7 days, Qian Xunji had maintained his cross-legged posture, motionless. The thin energy of heaven and earth around him seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gathering towards his body from time to time, forming a faint halo around him that flickered on and off. Almost there. Qian Xunji's consciousness was focused within his body, feeling the changes in his spirit power. My spirit power has reached the limit of the second compression. Once little Zhu takes the spiritual plant today, and the system's feedback arrives, I will be able to successfully complete the second compression. He continuously guided the spirit power within his body to compress. Every attempt was accompanied by a tearing, bloating pain. But just at the moment of success, he seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. No matter how hard he tried, he was still one step short, unable to cross it. This one step of distance felt like it was separated by thousands of ravines, causing fine beads of sweat to seep from his forehead. Ah Yin sat on a stone by the river, secretly observing Qian Xunji. He had his eyes closed, his long golden hair hanging down, and the outline of his profile looked sharp and defined in the sunlight, surprisingly somewhat handsome. He actually seems quite good-looking. As soon as this thought emerged, Ah Yin's cheeks instantly became burning hot, and she hurriedly covered her face with both hands. She cursed herself in her heart. What am I thinking? He is just a bad person. He always bullies me, and even uses the blue-silver forest and Brother Hao and Brother Xiao to threaten me. Ah Yin, oh Ah Yin, you cannot be so shallow. He is just a demon in human skin, a total bastard. She gritted her teeth, anger reigniting in her eyes, dispelling the inappropriate thought from just a moment ago. Meanwhile, Spirit Hall, inside the enshrinement hall. Little Zhu, this is today's spiritual plant. Qian Dailiu held 2 stalks of fragrant spiritual plant in his hand and handed them to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue looked at the familiar spiritual plant, her little brow slightly furrowed. A trace of reluctance appeared on her face, her little mouth pouting. She was clearly somewhat resistant to eating these things every day. Little Zhu, be good. Qian Dailiu softened his tone with a coaxing implication. After you eat the spiritual plant, Grandfather will take you down the mountain to buy candied hawthorns. Okay, hearing the 3 words candied hawthorns, Qian Renxue's eyes instantly lit up. She nodded vigorously, her voice crisp. Okay. Little Zhu wants to eat the biggest and sweetest candied hawthorns. After saying that, she took the spiritual plant, pinched her nose and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites, then tilted her little face up and said, as if asking for credit, Grandfather, little Zhu has finished eating. Qian Dailiu looked at her well-behaved appearance, a gratified smile appearing on his face. He stroked her golden hair and praised, Our little Zhu is so good, truly a sensible and good child. After speaking, he bent down and picked up Qian Renxue, letting her sit steadily on his shoulders and strode out of the hall. Let's go. Grandfather is taking you to buy candied hawthorns right now. Riverside. In Qian Xunji's mind, the system's cool, sisterly voice suddenly sounded. Qian Renxue has consumed 2 stalks of spiritual plant, triggering a critical hit effect. The first critical hit is 3 times, the second is 2 times, totaling a 6-fold critical hit. The medicinal power is being fed back to the host. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of energy, far more majestic than before, suddenly emerged from the void realm, gathering towards Qian Xunji like a flood breaking through a dam. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth also became violent, forming visible energy vortexes that frantically poured into his body. Is this a breakthrough? Yin looked at the scene before her in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. He saw the halo around Qian Xunji suddenly become bright, his aura climbing at an astonishing speed, the surrounding air trembling slightly under this aura. The water in the river even rippled, and the pebbles on the bank jumped slightly. A stick of incense passed quietly. Qian Xunji slowly opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light passing through them. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the surging power within his body. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Spirit power intensity has increased by 40%, just like Little Zoo. Each compression can increase it by 40%. The second compression was finally successful, he asked in his heart. Sister System, Little Zoo has already compressed her spirit power 3 times. Why haven't I triggered any critical hit feedback? The system's voice carried a hint of teasing. Wasn't the spirit power already fed back to you before? Qian Xunji frowned. I mean, can you directly feedback the number of spirit power compressions? Host, the system's tone carried a bit of banter. Then how about I just give you a god position directly, 1 step to the end? Qian Xunji heard this and was overjoyed. Sister System, bring it on, I can handle it. Sister System, Sister System. Seeing that the system did not respond again, Qian Xunji sighed helplessly. Forget it, let's take it slow. Little Zoo is still young, it's better to cultivate her slowly. He turned around and looked at Yin not far away, his gaze gradually becoming burning. Qian Xunji, what are you doing? Yin sensed his gaze, panicked in her heart, and retreated repeatedly. Bastard, don't come over, no. Qian Xunji did not stop his steps. Holy light shone again around his body, and the angelic domain quietly unfolded, enveloping both of them and isolating everything from the outside world. 2 hours later, the angelic domain dissipated. Yin silently dressed herself, tears still hanging at the corners of her eyes, her face filled with unconcealable humiliation and sadness, her head lowered, not saying a word. Qian Xunji straightened his clothes, looked at her appearance, and said in a flat tone, "Stop crying. If you cooperate more, after you conceive a child and give birth to him, whether you stay or leave will be up to you. Crying cannot solve any problems." Yin suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with anger, unwillingness, and a trace of despair. She glared fiercely at Qian Xunji, her lips trembling, but she couldn't say a single word. Finally, she suddenly lowered her head again, her shoulders heaving slightly, and stifled sobs sounded by the river, filled with endless pain. P.S. Each time spirit power is compressed, spirit power intensity increases by 20 to 40%. The higher the aptitude, the greater the increase. The younger the age and the lower the spirit power rank, the fewer resources are needed to compress spirit power, but the higher the requirement for aptitude. Those who are not gifted are difficult to compress. The older the age and the higher the spirit power rank, the opposite is true. Those who can reach rank 96 have compressed their spirit power at least once. Rank 99, at least compressed twice. Qian Dailiu, Bo Seixi, and Tang Chen are currently at the semi-divine rank. Spirit power compressed 3 times. Rank 99 is divided into 3 stages: ordinary, semi-divine rank, and quasi-god. Chapter 11. Clear Sky Urgent Reinforcement. Bibai Dong returns Clear Sky sect Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. The 2 brothers stumbled as they stepped onto the path home. Days of rushing had left them looking haggard and ragged. Covered in dust, their hair was as disheveled as withered grass, and their faces bore an unconcealable exhaustion and gauntness, completely devoid of their former spirit. In the back mountain training grounds, Tang Zhen was sparring with the Grand Elder of the Clear Sky sect. Tang Zhen held the Clear Sky hammer, and every strike carried the force of 1,000 jun, colliding with the Grand Elder's attacks to produce dull, thunderous roars. Waves of spirit power spread out, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. "Father!" Tang Hao and Tang Zio shouted hoarsely upon seeing the figures in the field. Unable to hold on any longer, with a thud, they both fell to their knees striking the hard stone floor with a dull sound. "Please save Ah Yin." Tang Hao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his voice filled with endless despair and pleading. "Ah Yin." Tang Zhen stopped his movements, furrowed his brows, and his face was full of confusion. A moment later, he suddenly remembered. "Are you talking about that girl who has been training with you these past few years? What happened? You two brothers are both spirit Douluo. What kind of trouble could you not solve?" Ah Yin was taken by Qian Xunji. Tang Hao's voice trembled with anger, his fists clenched tightly, his nails almost embedding into his flesh. "Qian Xunji." Tang Zhen's expression changed slightly. "Why would he take Ah Yin? Did you offend Spirit Hall?" We." Tang Hao opened his mouth, his face showing signs of pain and hesitation, unable to speak. "Father, Ah Yin is a transformed soul beast, and she was taken by Qian Xunji." Tang Zio lowered his head and said in a heavy voice, his tone filled with helplessness. Tang Zhen and the Grand Elder looked at each other, a trace of shock flashing in their eyes. A transformed soul beast was a rare treasure seen once in a century, and for any spirit master faction, it was a huge temptation. "Father, Ah Yin is innocent," Tang Hao hurriedly defended, his tone urgent. "She is kind by nature, has never hurt anyone, and usually wouldn't even bear to step on an ant. When she traveled with us, she always took care of our daily lives. When we were injured, she would use her abilities to heal us, and when we encountered weak spirit beasts, she would never let us kill them indiscriminately." He took a deep breath, his eyes full of earnestness. Qian Xunji grabbed her, not because of any grudges, but simply because he coveted her 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Tang Zio also hurriedly echoed, "Father, Brother Hao is telling the truth. Although Ah Yin is a transformed soul beast, she is kinder and more upright than many humans. We have been with her for 3 years and have long been like siblings. We beg you, Father, to find a way to save her." Tang Zhen was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I understand. I will think of a way. Spirit Hall does not yet have any direct disciple who has reached the 90th level, so they cannot use a 100,000-year spirit ring for the time being. She should be safe." He looked at the disheveled appearance of his 2 sons, and his brows furrowed even tighter. "You two go back and deal with your injuries, recuperate well otherwise. If you leave behind hidden dangers, it will affect your future cultivation. Also, you are the young clan leaders of the Clear Sky sect. Look at you now, disheveled, messy hair, mud all over your faces, what a disgrace. Thank you, Father." Tang Hao and Tang Zio hurriedly kowtowed, their voices tinged with a glimmer of hope, and then struggled to stand up and retreated. After the two left, the Grand Elder approached Tang Zhen, his eyes flashing with sharp light. "Sect Master, a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Such an opportunity cannot be cheapened for Spirit Hall." Tang Zhen sighed, "But Spirit Hall is powerful. With our Clear Sky sect alone, I am afraid it will be difficult to contend with them. Spirit Hall may be strong, but they cannot cover the sky with one hand," the Grand Elder said confidently. "The 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the 2 great empires. I believe that for a 100,000-year spirit beast, they will definitely be willing to stand on our side." Tang Zhen pondered. "But there is only one spirit beast, and only one set of spirit ring and spirit bone. How should it be distributed? For the 2 great empires, we can make a promise, owe them a favor, and in the future, if they need it, the Clear Sky sect will certainly help," the Grand Elder said slowly. "For the 2 great sects, we will send them each a 10,000-year spirit bone. Don't we still have 2 10,000-year spirit bones that are about to be scrapped? With a little processing, they will be enough to form an alliance." A flash of determination crossed Tang Zhen's eyes, and he nodded. "Grand Elder, I will leave this matter to you." The Grand Elder bowed and accepted the order. "Rest assured, Sect Master, it will be handled properly." At the entrance of Slaughter City, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood side by side, hidden in the shadows. Chrysanthemum Douluo looked towards the entrance from time to time, his face showing a bit of impatience, gently shaking the chrysanthemum in his hand. Old Ghost, do you think the Slaughter King is playing us? They notified us half a month ago that the Holy Maiden had already stepped into Hell Road, but she still hasn't come out. Could it be that the Slaughter King has malicious intentions and is persecuting the Holy Maiden? Ghost Douluo's voice was low and concise. He wouldn't dare. You dead ghost, can't you say a few more words? Chrysanthemum Douluo glanced at him. His tone was full of complaints. We have been waiting for more than half a month. There is no movement at all. Who wouldn't be anxious? Ghost Douluo ignored him and just stared quietly at the entrance. Several hours later, a figure finally walked out slowly from Slaughter City. It was none other than Bibai Dong. She was dressed in black, her body exuding a biting, killing intent, and her eyes were as cold as 10,000-year ice. That thick aura of slaughter made the air seem to freeze, and even Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo felt a trace of palpitations subconsciously. Your Highness Holy Maiden. Chrysanthemum Douluo hurriedly stepped forward, his face full of smiles. We are here on the orders of the High Priest to pick you up. Bibai Dong looked at them coldly, her voice devoid of any warmth. I have reached the 80th level now, and I am going to the Stardew Great Forest to hunt a spirit beast and obtain my 8th spirit ring. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked at each other, shock flashing in their eyes, and then bowed in response. We will obey the orders of your Highness Holy Maiden, and we will escort you to the Stardew Great Forest. Chrysanthemum Douluo secretly exclaimed in his heart. Reaching the 80th level at around 30 years old, the talent of Her Highness the Holy Maiden is truly unprecedented and unheard of. Her future achievements are probably immeasurable. The three of them said nothing more, turning into three streams of light, rushing towards the direction of the Stardew Great Forest, their figures quickly disappearing into the horizon. Note, there are many mature immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well, nearly 100 mature immortal herbs, tens of thousands of 100-year spirit medicines, nearly 10,000 thousand-year spirit medicines, and hundreds of 10,000-year spirit medicines. Since the immortal herbs have not opened their spiritual wisdom, the energy contained in the mature immortal herbs is only equivalent to the volume of a spirit Douluo. Chapter 12. Gathering Storm, the angel descends Spirit Hall within the Great Hall. Qian Renxue sat on the elder's seat beside the Supreme Pontiff's throne, buried almost halfway by the mountain of official documents piled before him. Holding a quill, his brows slightly furrowed, he meticulously reviewed them stroke by stroke, occasionally pausing to ponder. Where on earth has that rascal run off to? Qian Renxue set down the pen, rubbing the space between his eyebrows, his tone carrying a mix of helplessness and anger. It's been nearly 2 months, and there's not even a trace of him. Just who is the Supreme Pontiff now, him or me? When he gets back, this old man will definitely have to give him a long-overdue dose of fatherly love. His eyes darkened, yet a cold, sharp curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Clearly, that so-called fatherly love would be anything but gentle. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor with long golden hair strode into the hall. His posture was upright, and the faint silhouette of 4 wings flashed briefly behind his back. This man was none other than Qian Ling, the leader of the Angel Legion. He casually cupped his hands and said, Clan Chief, representatives from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the Star Luo Empire, and the Heaven Dew Empire have all now gathered at the Clear Sky Sect. Qian Renxue looked up at him, his gaze sharp. What is their purpose, gathering together like this? According to the Scouts' report, it said the young clan leader has snatched a friend of the Haitian twin stars, Qian Ling replied. A friend? Qian Renxue frowned, pressing further. Male or female? Female, bastard. Qian Renxue slammed the table fiercely, causing the documents on it to jump. Fury instantly flooded his face. When he gets back, just see if I don't break his legs. He took a deep breath but quickly calmed down, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. Wait, that's not right. Even if Jir snatched a woman, It shouldn't be enough for the Clear Sky sect to stir up so many major powers to gather, should it? Qian Ling, are you hiding something else? Qian Ling hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. It's said that woman is 100,000-year transformed soul beast. A transformed soul beast. Qian Dailiu's anger instantly dissipated, replaced by a hint of approval. He laughed heartily. 100,000-year spirit beast belongs to the capable. Jir has done well. He looked at Qian Ling, then abruptly changed the subject. Qian Ling, it's been 30 years since you took the position of Angel Legion leader, hasn't it? Qian Ling nodded in acknowledgement, reporting to the clan chief exactly 30 years to the day. You and I are of the same generation. You are also one of the few in the Angel family capable of possessing 4 wings. Qian Dailiu stood up, flexing his wrist, a flash of battle intent in his eyes. It's been a long time since we last sparred. Hearing this, Qian Ling immediately coughed dryly twice, a somewhat awkward expression appearing on his face as he hurriedly waved his hands. Ahem, clan chief, I just saw you were troubled by all this paperwork lately and thought I'd make a joke. Please don't take it seriously. He hadn't forgotten his youthful experience of being sparred into bed for half a month by Qian Dailiu. He certainly didn't dare to take up the offer now. Qian Dailiu didn't actually intend to press him. Withdrawing his aura, he said gravely, the upper 3 sects plus the 2 great empires. This force is not to be underestimated. I have decided to go to the Clear Sky sect personally. Handle the official business here yourself. If it's not finished, don't even think about going back to rest. As soon as his words fell, a golden light flashed around him. 6 pairs of enormous golden wings unfurled from his back, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, flying straight out of the great hall. Qian Ling watched the golden light disappear into the horizon, then looked down at the mountain of documents before him, a wry smile appearing on his face. Looks like I'll be spending the next 3 nights in the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Within the enshrinement hall, the gold crocodile Douluo gazed in the direction Qian Dailiu had departed, his eyes full of confusion as he muttered to himself. Where is Big Brother going? It's been many years since he last came down the mountain, ever since Xunji took the Supreme Pontiff's seat. What could have happened that's worth him taking action personally? Clear Sky sect inside the council hall. The place was already abuzz with noise. Tang Zhen sat upright in the host's seat, with representatives from various powers seated on either side. From the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengzhai, accompanied by the bone Douluo Gu Rong and the sword Douluo Chenzin. From the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, sect master Yu Yuanjin, with his younger brother Yu Luomian seated beside him. Representing the Heaven Du Empire were Prince Zhu Xing and the Empire's Grand General. From the Star Luo Empire came the Zhu family's clan chief Zhu Yi and the Star Luo Grand General. Everyone's expressions varied, yet all carried a degree of gravity. Tang Zhen cleared his throat, stood up, and said in a clear, loud voice, I am deeply grateful that all of you could grace the Clear Sky sect with your presence despite your busy schedules. I presume everyone is aware that the reason for inviting you here is for the sake of Yin, a friend of my Clear Sky sect's juniors, Tang Hao and Tang Zio. She was originally a 100,000-year transformed soul beast, but was forcibly abducted by the Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji. His intentions are condemnable. Ning Fengzhai's gentle voice carried a note of firmness. Sect Master Tang, you are too courteous. The Clear Sky sect and my 7 treasure glazed tile school have always been on good terms. Now that your esteemed sect faces difficulty, how could we stand idly by? The Spirit Hall's actions are so overbearing, bullying even the upper 3 sects. We absolutely cannot tolerate this. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's sect master Yu Yuanjin, with his fiery temperament, slapped the table. The Spirit Hall's conduct grows more lawless by the day. 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, how can they just snatch her away? This matter concerns justice in the Spirit Master's world. My Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect supports the Clear Sky sect, Yu Luomian also said solemnly. My elder brother speaks rightly. My Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is willing to advance and retreat together with the Clear Sky sect. Heaven Du Empire's Prince Zhu Xing stroked his beard, speaking slowly. The spirit hall's power expands daily, long having threatened the rule of the two great empires. This time, their forceful abduction of the spirit beast shows utter contempt for the law. Although the Heaven Du Empire does not directly involve itself in conflicts within the spirit master's world, we cannot tolerate such tyrannical actions either. We are willing to provide whatever support we can to the Clear Sky sect. The Heaven Du Grand General also cupped his fists. My Heaven Du Imperial Guard stands ready at any time. Star Luo Empire's Zhu Yi chimed in. Star Luo's stance aligns with Heaven Du's. The Spirit Hall's ambitions are too great. If not checked, they will surely become a major calamity in the future. Regarding this matter, the Star Luo Empire is willing to lend the Clear Sky sect a helping hand. The Star Luo Grand General declared loudly, the Star Luo Iron Cavalry can march at any time. With everyone speaking their piece, a consensus was quickly reached. They discussed how to divide the responsibilities. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would be responsible for directly engaging and containing the Spirit Hall's main force. The two great empires would provide support from the flanks, blockading the Spirit Hall's supply routes. The Clear Sky sect, as the main force, would apply direct pressure on the Spirit Hall. Everyone meticulously scrutinized every detail of the plan to ensure nothing went wrong. The atmosphere gradually grew more fervent. After an hour, they had finally devised a satisfactory plan and were preparing to adjourn, each returning to make their own deployments. Suddenly, a vast, sacred energy like a tidal wave swept down from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire council hall. The expressions of everyone inside changed drastically. They all circulated their spirit power to resist, only to be horrified to discover that the spirit power within their bodies was, under the erosion of this energy, being purified and dissipated like melting snow and ice. Not good. What kind of power is this? Panicked voices rang out in the hall. Fear was written on everyone's faces as they backed away, trying to escape this bizarre energy. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped each person's heart. Chapter 13. Angelic Aura, Clear Sky, Bad News, Sect Master. Enemies are attacking. A burly man shoved open the doors to the council hall. He rushed in with a panicked expression, his voice raspy from haste. Tang Zhen stood up abruptly and asked in a deep voice, "Who are they? How many came? What is their cultivation level?" The burly man panted, speaking incoherently. "I don't know, just one person. A moment ago, with a whoosh, a golden light flashed and they were hovering above our Clear Sky sect. Then that person started emitting a white light. The disciples covered by the light all went weak, and their spirit power just kept draining away." Tang Zhen's brows furrowed tightly. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go out and take a look." With that, he took the lead and stepped outside. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and the Grand Elder followed closely behind. Ning Fengzhai, Yu Yuanjin, and representatives from various other factions also rose and followed, their expressions grave. As everyone walked out of the council hall, the scene before them caused their hearts to sink. Hundreds of disciples below the Spirit Elder realm were collapsed on the ground, their faces pale as paper, lacking even the strength to lift their hands. Over 1,000 higher cultivation spirit masters stood in a circle, having released their spirits, watching the 50-meter diameter martial arts stage ahead with extreme vigilance. In the center of the martial arts stage stood a middle-aged figure. His golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, his face was handsome, and his brows carried an innate majesty. He wore a white robe embroidered with golden patterns, surrounded by a holy halo, with the faint, shifting phantom images of 6 pairs of wings behind him. The 7th Elder, Tang Lai, hurried to Tang Zhen's side and lowered his voice. "Sect Master, there is a strange energy surrounding that person. Just now, one of our sect's spirit saints tried to step onto the stage, but as soon as they set foot on it, their spirit power inexplicably dissipated. They couldn't withstand it at all and had to retreat." Tang Zhen looked at that figure, a flicker of shock and doubt crossing his eyes, as if he had recalled someone from decades ago. He took a deep breath and walked toward the martial arts stage. "Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and the Grand Elder immediately followed. Titled Douluos like Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo also followed closely behind, their expressions guarded. As soon as everyone stepped onto the martial arts stage, they felt an invisible pressure wash over them. The spirit power within their bodies began to melt away uncontrollably, like snow meeting a raging fire, and they couldn't muster any strength in their bodies. Prince Zuzing did not have high cultivation to begin with. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, his body went limp, and he was only saved from falling by the Heavenly Grand General beside him, who hurriedly supported him. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, Zhu Yi, and the Grand Generals of the two great empires, all at the spirit Douluo realm, were all exerting their full spirit power to resist the erosion of that holy force, their bodies stiff as stone, making even the slightest movement extremely difficult. Ning Fengzhai was protected in the middle by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Two powerful spirit power barriers isolated him from the holy force, so his situation was slightly better, but he could still clearly feel the terror of that pressure. Tang Zhen endured the discomfort in his body and cupped his hands toward the figure on the stage, his tone respectful yet cautious. I was unaware that the high priest had graced our clear sky sect with his presence. I failed to welcome you properly, and hope you will forgive me. The high priest has traveled from afar, and the journey must have been arduous. If you have any orders, I will certainly do my best to serve. Nephew, it's only been a few decades. Why so formal? Qian Renxue spoke slowly, looking at Tang Zhen with calm eyes and a hint of a smile. You didn't address me like that in the past. You always called me uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged violently. Tang Zhen immediately felt pressure like a mountain crashing down on him. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and the clothes on his back were soaked through. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to retreat, his legs trembling slightly under the immense pressure. Uncle Qian. Tang Zhen said with difficulty, feeling the pressure on his body lighten considerably. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party had restrained his aura, otherwise he might really have been unable to hold on and would have knelt. As the sect master of the Clear Sky sect, how could he kneel to others? You have traveled thousands of miles from Spirit Hall. May I ask what brings you here? Uncle Qian, Spirit Hall. The people around them erupted into an uproar upon hearing these two terms. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. To be able to make the Clear Sky sect's sect master address him so respectfully as uncle, and to come from Spirit Hall, could it be? Ning Fengzhai stepped forward, cupped his hands in a salute, and asked with a tone of uncertainty, Your Excellency, could you be the former Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue? Qian Renxue glanced at him and said indifferently, You are the current sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengzhai. Ning Fengzhai bowed and replied, It is indeed this junior, Ning Fengzhai. Not bad, Qian Renxue nodded slightly. Having 2 titled Douluos under your command is indeed a bit stronger than the previous sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang Zhen looked at the people swaying and barely able to hold on below the martial arts stage, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes. He hurriedly said, Uncle Qian, it is windy here, not a place for conversation. Why not retract your domain and we can go inside the hall to discuss in detail? No need. Qian Renxue waved his hand, his tone indifferent. Tang Chen is not here, and I have no interest in your Clear Sky sect. I am here for that transformed soul beast. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and panic spread instantly. They had not expected that this top expert from Spirit Hall had actually come for Yin. Tang Zhen hurriedly said, Uncle Qian, my father did return once a few years ago, but he left in a hurry afterward. That transformed soul beast is a close friend of my son's, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. She is kind by nature and has never done any evil. Could you please, for the sake of my father, spare her? Once a spirit beast, always a spirit beast. Qian Renxue's eyes were sharp as knives, and his tone was firm. The rules of the Spirit Master's world dictate that the strong possess everything. Nephew, you surely understand this principle, don't you? You are talking nonsense. Tang Hao could no longer suppress his anger and shouted, "Although Ah Yin is a transformed soul beast, she is more upright and kind than many humans. She should not be treated this way." Qian Dailiu glanced at him coldly. Tang Hao felt an irresistible, immense force strike him, as if he were being crushed by an invisible mountain. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, cracking the hard bluestone floor. Tang Xiao was furious at the sight and was about to lash out. A massive amount of white energy suddenly surged from Qian Dailiu's body. With him as the center, the area within 1,000 meters was instantly shrouded by the angelic domain. The holy light spread, and wherever it passed, the power of purification became increasingly powerful. In a single breath, all spirit masters below the Spirit King realm in the vicinity collapsed to the ground. The closer one was to Qian Dailiu, the stronger the power of purification. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, the grand generals of the two great empires, Zhu Yi, Prince Zuzing, and others were either prostrate on the ground or kneeling on one knee, unable to stand upright at all. Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo exerted their full spirit power to resist the erosion of the holy force. Both of their expressions were grim as iron, and their spirit power barriers were trembling slightly. Behind them, Ning Fengzhai's face was pale, and even breathing became difficult. Tang Zhen and the Grand Elder gritted their teeth, their bodies trembling violently, yet they continued to struggle and support themselves. Every second was as agonizing as being in purgatory. The entire Clear Sky sect was shrouded in this terrifying pressure, plunged into a deathly silence of despair. Chapter 14. Enduring humiliation and retreat. Ah Yin's fall. Uncle Qian, you and my father. You are the closest of friends. Tang Zhen's voice was strained, each word seeming to be forced out from between his clenched teeth, the muscles on his face taut. Yet in the depths of his eyes surged a tide of humiliation. It's just a spirit beast, isn't it? If Uncle Qian fancies it, your nephew will gift it to you right now. Having said that, his body swayed slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. The moment his words fell, that tangible, oppressive pressure abruptly dissipated. The spirit power wildly leaking from his body finally stabilized. Spirit masters below the Spirit Saint realm were as if granted amnesty, many slumping to sit on the ground. They gasped for breath in great heaves, their chests heaving violently. Cold sweat on their foreheads slid down their cheeks, soaking their collars. Their eyes were filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped disaster. Tang Zhen also let out a long sigh of relief. His back was already soaked through with cold sweat, and his legs still trembled faintly. For a moment there, he truly felt he couldn't hold on any longer. If not for the stubborn resolve of being the sect master of the Clear Sky sect supporting him, he might have already knelt. Good nephew, Qian Dailiu's voice carried a note of satisfaction. Come visit the Spirit Hall when you have time. It has indeed been too long since we uncle and nephew last gathered. Without waiting for Tang Zhen's response, the 6 wings on his back gave a flap. Golden light erupted as his figure transformed into a streak of flowing radiance that shot straight into the sky, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. Sect Master Tang, who was that person just now? Prince Zuzing, supported by the Heavenly Grand General, stood up with a pallid face. His voice still held undispersed shock. Tang Zhen remained silent. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His lips pressed into a thin line, and he said nothing for a long time. That person was the High Priest of the Spirit Hall, Qian Dailiu. Sword Douluo Chenzin withdrew his gaze from the sky. He spoke in a grave voice. Alongside Senior Tang Chen, he is known as one of the 2 peaks of the Spirit Master's world. He is among the most supreme existences in the current Spirit Master's world. To think he's actually still alive, Zhu Yi murmured, his face etched with shock and disbelief. He had grown up hearing the legends of the 2 peaks. Those legendary figures who existed only in stories had actually appeared before his eyes today, displaying such terrifying power. What ability did he use just now? We were utterly powerless to resist. Prince Zuzing asked again, the apprehension in his tone difficult to conceal. That was a domain. Tang Zhen finally spoke, his voice hoarse. It was his angelic domain. Even among titled Douluo, fewer than 1 in 10 can comprehend a domain. To resist a domain, one must possess a domain. Prince Zhu Xing's eyes flickered. He hurriedly said, "Sect Master Tang, I suddenly recall there are urgent matters awaiting me in Heavendu. I must take my leave." The Heavendu Grand General hastily supported him, and the two hurriedly departed. Zhu Xing inwardly grumbled. Which fool said a titled Douluo could only withstand an army of 100,000? Today, 5 major forces gathered, with over 2,000 spirit masters above the spirit ancestor realm. This force is enough to withstand 200,000 elite troops. Yet, with just one domain, he suppressed everyone, and that included 5 titled Douluo. What's the point of fighting that? If we don't run now, are we just waiting to be captured in one fell swoop? Zhu Yi also hastily cupped his hands. Sect Master Tang, Star Luo also has pressing affairs. Farewell. Having said that, he led the Star Luo Grand General and left swiftly. Yu Yuanjin glanced at Tang Zhen and said solemnly, "Sect Master Tang, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect will take its leave for now. This matter can be discussed later." Ning Fengzhai fanned himself with a folding fan, a complex expression on his face. He cupped his hands towards Tang Zhen and said, "Sect Master Tang, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will also take its leave now. Today's events were truly unforeseen. If there is need later, you can send someone with a message." Having said that, he departed along with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. "Father." Tang Hao looked at Tang Zhen, his eyes filled with confusion and anger, his voice raspy. "Hayar, forget her." Tang Zhen closed his eyes, his voice weary and helpless. "With Qian Dailiu in the spirit hall, we have no chance whatsoever." Tang Hao and Tang Xiao exchanged a glance. Flames of anger burned in their eyes. Their fists were clenched so tightly their nails dug deep into their palms, yet they were also filled with profound resentment. They knew their father spoke the truth. But to give up on Yin like this, the pain in their hearts felt like being cut by a knife. 1 month later, Langxin City. The streets were bustling with activity. Yin, like a curious child, looked east and west, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the dazzling array of trinkets on the stalls lining the streets. Qian Xunji followed behind her. Seeing her so full of life, the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a faint smile. 3 months. After these 3 months of being together, the potential of the Blue-Silver Emperor had been developed to the fullest. Whether it was the pliancy of the water path or the tenacity of the land path, both were displayed to perfection. Qian Xunji thought to himself, "I have to admit, the regenerative ability of the Blue-Silver Emperor is truly formidable. At the same realm, it far surpasses even the Seraphim spirit." "Bad guy, look, is this hairpin pretty?" Yin picked up a hairpin inlaid with pale blue crystals. The pin body was carved with intricate blue-silver grass patterns. Her cheeks slightly flushed, she held it up somewhat shyly for Qian Xunji to see. Qian Xunji glanced at it. The color of the hairpin complemented her eyes well. He nodded, "Not bad, it suits you." He casually fished out a few gold coins from his money pouch and tossed them to the vendor. Without waiting for change, he wrapped an arm around Yin and turned to leave. The vendor caught the coins. Seeing their substantial weight in his hand, his face instantly broke into an ingratiating smile. He hastily bowed and scraped, saying, "Thank you, honored guest," his eyes filled with delight. "That thing isn't worth so much money," Yin said softly, a touch of discomfort on her face. She struggled gently, trying to extricate herself from his embrace. Qian Xunji held her tighter. He laughed dismissively, "If you like it, that's what matters. Just a few gold coins, not worth dwelling on." He glanced at the beast control ring emitting a faint silvery glow around Yin's neck, and silently gave Sister System a thumbs up in his heart. With this assistive divine artifact, it saved him a lot of trouble. The two strolled for a long time, gradually growing a bit tired. Qian Xunji brought Yin to the most luxurious hotel in the city, the Fateful Love Hotel, and directly booked a golden private suite. Pushing open the door, a rich floral fragrance greeted them. The room was adorned with various fresh flowers. Red roses were passionate and unrestrained, white lilies pure and elegant, pink roses shy and charming. They were entwined with golden ribbons, decorating every corner of the room. Red silk drapes cascaded from the ceiling, winding like waterfalls around the carved bedposts. The walls were pasted with festive stickers of mandarin ducks playing in water. In the corner, a circular pool shimmered with rippling light. A few rose petals floated on the water's surface, surrounded by dimly flickering candle flames. The entire room was suffused with an ambiguous, romantic atmosphere. Ah Yin's ears instantly turned crimson red, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue as well. Her legs went slightly weak, and she instinctively shrank back. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. "Bad guy, can we not stay here?" It had been 3 months. Except for those few special days of hers, he would pester her to cultivate almost every morning and night. If not for the formidable regenerative ability of her blue-silver emperor, her body probably wouldn't have been able to hold up long ago. No. Qian Xunji raised an eyebrow. He pointed at the room, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "This place costs 3,888 gold coins for 1 night. I've already spent the money. You have to make my investment worthwhile." His gaze locked onto her, burning with unconcealed intensity. Ah Yin grew even more flustered under his stare. Her heart pounded like a drum. Her legs gave way, and her body involuntarily fell backward. Qian Xunji, quick as lightning, reached out and caught her steadily, then laid her down on the soft, large bed. Ah Yin lay on the bed strewn with petals, her cheeks flushed, her eyes darting about, not daring to look at him. Her long eyelashes trembled lightly, carrying a hint of shyness and unease. Don't you dare misbehave." Her voice trembled slightly, thick with shyness. Qian Xunji didn't speak. He leaned down and pressed over her. Chapter 15. Bringing Ah Yin back to Spirit Hall inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Qian Ling was frowning at a pile of official documents. He picked up a file to look through it, then tossed it aside irritably, muttering complaints. "What are all these trivial matters? I am the dignified commander of the Angel Legion. Instead of hunting down those fallen spirit masters, I'm stuck here reviewing these useless documents every day. This is outrageous." Just then, the synchronized sound of armor clanking came from outside the palace. Several palace guard knights knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. "Greetings, Supreme Pontiff." Qian Xunji held Ah Yin's hand and walked in slowly. He glanced at the desk full of documents and Qian Ling's bitter expression, then raised an eyebrow and asked, "Commander Qian Ling, why are you here? Where is my father?" Qian Ling looked as if he had seen a savior, hurriedly stood up and pushed a stack of reviewed documents in front of him. He said quickly, "Your Majesty, you have finally returned. The High Priest asked me to come help with the documents. I've processed most of them, you just need to take a look. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Before he finished speaking, he was already walking quickly out of the palace. "Brother Qian, why did you bring me to Spirit Hall?" Ah Yin looked at the solemn and respectful surroundings, remembering that this was the core of Spirit Hall. She couldn't help but feel nervous, her eyes reddening slightly, filling with tears. "There must be many titled Douluo here. Could it be? Could it be that you want my spirit bone after all?" Qian Xunji glanced at her sideways and said, "As long as you wear this beast control ring, no one can see your true identity. Also, don't talk nonsense. The number of titled Douluo here is far greater than you imagine, and their hearing is exceptionally good." Upon hearing this, Ah Yin quickly covered her mouth with her hands, eyes wide open in a cute, dazed manner, and even her breathing subconsciously became lighter. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shone from behind the palace, and Qian Dailiu's figure appeared before them. He looked at Qian Xunji, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Jir, you still know how to return." Qian Xunji immediately put on a smile, pointed to Ah Yin beside him, and said in a relaxed tone, "Father, I just saw that our Angel clan has few descendants, so I prepared to expand the family tree." Qian Dailiu's gaze fell on Ah Yin, and he examined her carefully. The young girl looked to be in her early 20s, with a slender figure and a beautiful face, especially those eyes, as clear as a spring in a mountain stream. He secretly estimated her bone age. His heart stirred. Bone age around 23, and she has already reached the Spirit Emperor realm. Not bad, very good. This talent is even stronger than Bibai Dong without using her second spirit. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes. Subsequently, his gaze became sharp, looking at Yin, and he asked in a deep voice, "What is your name?" Yin was a bit frightened by his gaze, subconsciously shrinking behind Qian Xunji, and answered in a low voice, "Yin, my name is Yin. Yin." When Qian Dailiu heard this name, it was as if a thunderclap rang in his mind. He turned abruptly, staring fixedly at Qian Xunji, his eyes as if ready to spew fire. "Jir, aren't you going to explain what is going on?" That gaze carried undisguised killing intent. Qian Xunji's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to remain calm on the surface. He pulled Yin's hand and, biting the bullet, said, "Father, I have found a gifted daughter-in-law for you. Why are you looking at me with that expression? Clear sky sect, blue-silver emperor." Yin, Qian Dailiu said these words almost through gritted teeth. "Jir, don't you need to give me a reasonable explanation?" Qian Xunji quickly pushed Yin forward and said with a smile, "Father, look, Yin's spirit is the blue-silver emperor, with innate full spirit power of level 10, and it is also a rare life attribute. This is a top-tier spirit that hasn't been seen in 10,000 years. For our Angel clan, this is a huge blessing." Qian Dailiu's gaze swept back and forth across their faces, his eyes complex and difficult to understand, carrying scrutiny, anger, and a trace of imperceptible helplessness. "Is she human or a transformed soul beast?" Qian Dailiu's voice was as cold as ice. "She is human," Qian Xunji said decisively. "Are you sure?" "I am sure." "Sure, sure." Qian Dailiu looked at them deeply for a long time before slowly speaking. "Jir, you must be careful. I do not wish to see a second Xiaoxu appear." After saying this, he turned around, his figure turning into a beam of golden light and disappearing within the palace. Yin's tensed body instantly collapsed, her legs went weak, and she fell directly into Qian Xunji's arms, her voice trembling. "Brother Qian, your father is so scary." Her eyes still held lingering fear. "That is natural." Qian Xunji held her, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "My father is the peak of the Spirit Master's world, a semi-divine rank powerhouse who surpasses ordinary level 99 titled Douluo, semi-divine." Upon hearing this, Yin's face turned even paler, her eyes filled with worry and fear. "Then wouldn't I?" Qian Xunji squeezed her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, as long as you wear the beast control ring, father cannot tell. Although he definitely suspects it now, given his personality, if he didn't act today, he won't act in the future. You can rest assured and stay in Spirit Hall. I will cultivate you with all my might." Yin looked into his eyes, and the fear in her heart eased slightly. She lowered her head and whispered, I understand." But in that voice, there was still unconcealable anxiety. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Qian Xunji smiled, reached out to put his arm around her waist, and pulled her closer to him. Outside the palace, several palace guard knights responsible for guarding saw the scene of them embracing inside and couldn't help but lower their voices to discuss it. "Is that the young lady the Supreme Pontiff brought back? She looks quite pretty." "More than just pretty, didn't you see her aura? She clearly isn't an ordinary person. But the High Priest's aura just now was so terrifying. I felt like I couldn't breathe even from far away. I really don't know how the Supreme Pontiff withstood it." Keep it down, don't let him hear. The Supreme Pontiff's hearing is very good. "Do you think this young lady will become the future Supreme Pontiff's wife?" Just then, Qian Xunji's voice came from inside the palace. "Let's go, I'll take you to see Xiaoxu." He held Yin's hand and walked out. The palace guard knights were so scared that they stiffened, instantly standing straight, eyes fixed forward, as if nothing had just happened. Qian Xunji's gaze swept over them, his eyes cold. The few of them instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "This month, your monthly salary is gone." Qian Xunji dropped this sentence and walked away directly, holding Yin's hand. Not until the two figures disappeared at the end of the corridor did the palace guard knights dare to breathe a sigh of relief, their faces full of bitterness. "It's over, I worked for nothing this month. It's all your fault. Why did you say so much just now?" "How would I know we would be heard?" The few of them looked at each other, full of regret, but didn't dare to say another word and could only silently stand back at their posts. It was just that their backs looked somewhat dejected no matter how you looked at them. Chapter 16. Qian Renxue in the garden spirit hall in the garden behind the mountain. The vegetation was lush, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. A small figure sat with her back to the entrance, curled up on a stone bench beside the rose bushes. I sense that Qian Renxue is over there in the garden. Let's go over. Qian Xunji held Yin's hand and walked slowly toward the depths of the garden. Along the way, many spirit hall disciples and servants saw them and couldn't help but cast curious glances. Isn't that the Supreme Pontiff? Who is that young lady beside him? She looks very unfamiliar. Look at her attire. She doesn't look like someone from our spirit hall. Could she be the Supreme Pontiff's guest? She is truly beautiful, and her temperament is so unique. I wonder what her identity is. Although the whispers were soft, they clearly reached Yin's ears. She lowered her head in discomfort, her fingers nervously twisting the corner of her clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes filled with a bit of unease. Don't mind them. Let's go find Qian Renxue. Qian Xunji sensed her nervousness, gently squeezed her hand, and comforted her in a low voice. The two walked to the depths of the garden and finally saw that small figure. Qian Xunji lightened his footsteps, crouched down behind the little golden-haired girl, and reached out to gently pat her back. Qian Renxue, what are you doing? Qian Renxue suddenly raised her head and wiped her eyes messily with the back of her hand. The moment she turned and saw Qian Xunji, her eyes lit up. She immediately jumped off the stone bench, threw herself into his arms, and hugged his neck tightly. Daddy, seeing her red-rimmed eyes and the undried tear stains on her cheeks, a surge of anger suddenly rose in Qian Xunji's heart. His tone also became stern. Qian Renxue, who bullied you? Tell Daddy, and Daddy will help you teach them a lesson. No, nobody bullied me. Qian Renxue shook her head, her voice thick with a nasal tone. A pitiful expression appeared on her small face. It's just sand that got into my eyes. Looking at her appearance, which clearly showed she had been crying, Qian Xunji felt very uncomfortable. He sighed and asked softly, "Did you go to find her again?" The her he referred to was naturally Bibai Dong. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue could no longer hold back, and the accumulated grievances gushed out like a bursting flood. She burst into tears with a wah, her tears falling like broken strings of pearls. She doesn't like me. She ignores me. She was even fierce to me. All right, don't cry. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy shouldn't have mentioned her. Qian Xunji hurriedly pulled her into his arms and gently patted her back to soothe her. It's Daddy's fault for letting our Qian Renxue suffer grievances. Daddy apologizes to you. Yin also crouched down, watching the heartbrokenly crying Qian Renxue, a trace of heartache flashing in her eyes. She reached out, wanting to help her wipe away her tears, but hesitated for a moment, ultimately gently brushing the teardrops from her cheeks. She said softly, "Little sister, don't cry anymore. If you cry too much, you won't look pretty." Sobbing, Qian Renxue looked at Yin with tear-filled eyes and asked curiously, "Big sister, who are you?" Yin froze for a moment, a trace of confusion appearing on her face. She turned to look at Qian Xunji, her eyes filled with inquiry. Qian Xunji opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt he didn't know where to start, hesitating to speak. Just at this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly let go of Qian Xunji's neck and instead hugged his arm tightly. Looking at Yin vigilantly, her small face full of wariness, "Daddy is mine, you cannot take him." Yin was suddenly a bit embarrassed, her hand stiff in midair, not knowing where to put it, and could only smile awkwardly. This little girl's sixth sense is too strong. Yin muttered in her heart, not expecting such a young child to be so sensitive. Yin's movements paused, her gaze subconsciously drifting toward Qian Xunji, carrying a bit of helplessness. Qian Xunji met her gaze, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he rubbed Qian Renxue's hair, saying, "This is Aunt Yin. Aunt Yin can tell many stories about butterflies that glow and streams that sing, which are 10 times better than those in your spirit records." Qian Renxue's sobbing lessened, her eyes blinking, with teardrops still hanging on her eyelashes. She can also braid hair. Qian Xunji continued, gesturing with his fingertips. She can style your hair into a double-ring bun, adorned with pearls, even prettier than the princess hairstyle you saw last time. When you can't sleep at night, she will hum tunes, which are more effective than calming incense. By the way, the osmanthus cakes she makes are wrapped with honey-preserved green plums inside, sweet and not cloying. The more Qian Renxue listened, the brighter her eyes became, and the previous grievances were thrown to the back of her mind. She blinked her big, watery eyes, looking at Qian Xunji, and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Daddy, is what you said true? Will she really tell me stories and make snacks for me?" "Of course it's true." Qian Xunji nodded affirmatively, then looked at Yin. Looking at Qian Renxue's expectant gaze, the trace of embarrassment in Yin's heart vanished. She nodded with a smile. "Yes, as long as Qian Renxue doesn't mind, Auntie will tell you stories and make the snacks you like every day." Qian Xunji picked up Qian Renxue, let her sit steadily on his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Let's go. Daddy will take Qian Renxue down the mountain to eat delicious food and then buy you fluffy dolls." "Great." Qian Renxue immediately clapped her little hands excitedly, cheering on his shoulders. "I want very, very big dolls. I want 3. One for me, one for Daddy, and one for Aunt Yin." As she spoke, she turned her head to show Yin a big smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Qian Xunji laughed aloud. "Okay, we'll buy 3, the biggest and most beautiful ones." Watching the happy appearance of the father and daughter, the corners of Yin's mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly, and she said softly, "Then let's go quickly, otherwise if we go late, the delicious food will be bought by others." Let's go, Qian Renxue urged, her little hands tightly gripping Qian Xunji's hair. Qian Xunji held Yin's hand, carrying Qian Renxue on his shoulders, and walked toward the foot of the mountain like a family of 3. The market at the foot of the mountain was bustling. A circle of children surrounded the sugar painting stall, and the sweet fragrance of candied haws, mixed with the smoky scent of roasted sausages, wafted over. Qian Xunji bought the largest candied haw, handed it to Qian Renxue, then turned to the doll's stall, picked a snow-white rabbit doll, and stuffed it into Yin's hand. "Take it, let it be a companion for Qian Renxue." When Yin took the doll, her fingertips touched the softness of the fur. Looking up and seeing the smile in Qian Xunji's eyes, she suddenly felt that this bustling worldly life was much better than traveling the continent with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Holding up the candied haw, Qian Renxue suddenly pointed at the lanterns not far away. "I want that rabbit lantern." "One for Aunt Yin and one for me," Qian Xunji smiled and agreed, holding Yin's hand as they walked toward the lantern stall. Chapter 17. Forcibly suppressing Bibai Dong, the Holy Maiden weeps Spirit Hall. In a side room of the Supreme Pontiff's residence, the candlelight was dim. Yin sat on the edge of the bed, gently patting Qian Renxue's back with her fingertips, humming a tune. The little one yawned, her eyelashes fluttered, and she soon fell into a deep, steady sleep, her small fist still clutching the corner of Yin's clothes. "You stay here to keep little Zhu company, no need to wait for me tonight." Qian Xunji pushed open the door and entered. His gaze swept over his sleeping daughter, and after leaving this sentence for Yin, he turned and left, his black robes sweeping across the threshold, inside the Saintess Hall. Bibai Dong was facing a bronze mirror, her knuckles digging hard into the edge of the mirror, her fingertips rubbed raw and red. The bronze mirror reflected her twisted face, with crazy hatred surging in the depths of her eyes. That bastard. To think he dared to bring a woman back to Spirit Hall, and was even laughing and chatting with little Zhu. What does he take me for? A piece of furniture to be discarded after use. She waved her hand violently, and the bronze mirror shattered onto the floor with a clang. The figure within the fragments also shattering into pieces. "That old thing Qian Dailiu forces me, and you, Qian Xunji, bully me too. You all treat me like a chess piece, like a tool. Why should I, Bibai Dong, have to suffer this kind of humiliation?" She recalled the woman Qian Xunji brought back, recalled the smile Qian Renxue showed that woman, and her heart felt as if it had been pierced hard by spider legs, aching so much she couldn't breathe. The hatred for Qian Xunji and the resentment for Qian Dailiu coiled around her heart like poisonous vines, almost strangling her. "You still remember little Zhu?" A cold voice came from outside the hall, like a blade quenched in ice. Are you worthy? Bibai Dong stiffened, turned abruptly, and saw that Qian Xunji was standing in the hall, not knowing when he had arrived. Fury ignited in her eyes instantly, her chest heaving violently, her voice sharp as a knife. Qian Xunji, you bastard. How dare you find another woman, and even bring her back to Spirit Hall? Do you still have me, the holy maiden, in your eyes? I am the Supreme Pontiff. Qian Xunji took a step forward, the pressure around him suddenly dispersing. You are merely a holy maiden. Why would I need your consent for what I do? His gaze swept over her, as if looking at an ant that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The rules of Spirit Hall are set by me. Bibai Dong was completely enraged by his attitude, and the resentment and anger accumulated over many years erupted at this moment. The clothes on her back tore suddenly. 8 spider legs with a deep purple luster shot out, the joints flashing with metallic cold light. Black, 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 6 spirit rings lit up simultaneously, rhythmically circling her body. Eternal wound, she hissed, her 8 spider legs carrying a fierce wind, stabbing directly at Qian Xunji's chest. The tips of the legs condensed with thick toxins, and wherever they passed, the air was tinged with a faint purple mist. However, just as the spider legs were a foot away from Qian Xunji, they seemed to hit an invisible barrier and could not advance even a fraction further. Bibai Dong's face flushed red as she tried her best to drive her spirit power, but the spider legs remained motionless. HMPH. Qian Xunji snorted coldly, and an invisible force erupted violently. Bibai Dong felt a massive force strike her, her body flying backward uncontrollably, falling to the ground with a thud. A mouthful of fresh blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, staining the collar of her clothes. Holy white light lit up around Qian Xunji, and his angelic domain instantly unfolded, shrouding the entire Saintess Hall. Bibai Dong immediately felt that the spirit power in her body had encountered a nemesis, and it began to drain uncontrollably, a sense of powerlessness spreading through all her limbs and bones. You have actually already reached level 86. Qian Xunji looked at her. Your second spirit already has 6 spirit rings. Bibai Dong raised her head, bloodstains on her face, but her eyes were full of resentment, staring fixedly at Qian Xunji. Hatred, unwillingness, humiliation, and a trace of suppressed fear surged in those eyes, her expression twisted by extreme anger, looking exceptionally hideous. Qian Xunji's gaze suddenly froze, the white light around him glowing brighter, and the holy power of purification surged toward Bibai Dong. What are you doing? Bastard, stop. Feeling the terror of that power, panic appeared on Bibai Dong's face for the first time. Her body shrank back continuously, her voice trembling. Qian Xunji, you dare. Today, you made little Zhu cry. Qian Xunji's voice was cold without a trace of warmth, his eyes sharp as knives. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know whose spirit hall this really is. Don't resist, otherwise it won't just be your spirit power that gets purified. He paused, his tone carrying a naked threat. I don't mind purifying your spirit along with it. No, teacher, I was wrong. Bibai Dong was completely panicked, fear washing over her whole body like ice water, and she begged for mercy, her voice choked with sobs. I will definitely be good to little Zhu in the future. Please let me go. Don't purify my spirit. She knew clearly that if her spirit power was purified, she could cultivate it back in a few days, but if her spirit was purified, she would be completely useless. She still wanted to take revenge on Qian Xunji, still wanted to find Yu Xiaogang, still had unfinished matters to complete. She absolutely could not be crippled like this. That was her only pillar for survival. She absolutely could not fall. Don't resist. Qian Xunji took a red rope with a faint silver glow from his sleeve, his eyes indifferent, his tone terrifyingly calm. As long as you are obedient afterward, I won't cripple you. You, what are you doing? Looking at the red rope, intense unease welled up in Bibai Dong's heart. She retreated repeatedly, screaming sharply, Don't come over. Bastard, Qian Xunji, get lost, get lost. No, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Her voice was filled with despair and madness, struggling desperately to retreat, but she was easily grabbed by the wrist by Qian Xunji. Ignoring her resistance, he wrapped the red rope around her, binding her tightly. Like a trapped beast, Bibai Dong twisted frantically, but it was all in vain. Qian Xunji picked her up and turned into the secret chamber inside the hall. The secret chamber door closed with a bang, cutting off all light and sound from the outside. The next day, at the first light of dawn, the first rays of morning's sun shone through the crack in the window into the secret chamber. Qian Xunji was already fully dressed, and he glanced at Bibai Dong lying on the bed. She was covered by a quilt, her flushed face had not yet faded, her eyes were filled with exhaustion, dried tear stains remained on her cheeks, her chest heaved violently, and she was still panting incessantly. In the future, for every time little Zhu cries, you will pay it back twofold. Leaving this sentence behind, Qian Xunji turned and walked out of the secret chamber. The secret chamber door closed again, and Bibai Dong finally could not hold it back anymore, weeping silently, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, soaking the pillowcase. The resentment in her heart rose like a tsunami, almost drowning her. She bit her lip hard until she tasted blood before letting go, her nails digging deep into her palms, leaving several bloody holes. Qian Xunji, I will never let you go. This thought, like a poisonous seed, sprouted crazily in the bottom of her heart. Chapter 18. Tang Clan Hunting Spirit Beasts. God-bestowed Spirit Ring Spirit Hall inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Xunji sat upright on the towering Supreme Pontiff throne, his golden Supreme Pontiff robe embroidered with intricate angel clan patterns. Chrysanthemum Douluo walked in silently, bowing and cupping his hands. Your Holiness, in the past few months, the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have frequently entered various spirit beast forests, hunting only spirit beasts over 50,000 years old. With such rampant slaughter, is it necessary to intervene and restrain them? Qian Xunji tapped his fingertips on the armrest of the throne, making a rhythmic light sound, his tone calm and waveless. No need. Send people to keep a close eye on their movements and report any new developments immediately. Yes. Chrysanthemum Douluo bowed again and retreated, the palace doors slowly closing behind him. Qian Xunji looked at the empty main hall, the corners of his lips curling into a cold arc. The Tang clan is truly blessed by heaven. Not only do they have that person secretly looking after them, but their luck is also so profound. He recalled the previous intelligence and thought to himself, the chance of a 10,000-year spirit beast dropping a spirit bone is less than 1 in 10,000. Yet Tang Hao once claimed that he had obtained 3 spirit bones after hunting only 310,000-year spirit beasts. Such luck had never appeared throughout the entire Spirit Master's world. In these past few months, the two brothers had become increasingly crazy, and it was heard that they had obtained more spirit bones. If this continues, once their spirit power advances further, they might become a serious threat. He had to find a suitable opportunity to dampen their arrogance, and it would be best to take those spirit bones. Jir, Xiaoxu is almost 7 years old. Are you not preparing to hunt a spirit ring for her? A heavy voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Qian Dailiu stood in the hall at some point, his body surrounded by a faint golden light. Her foundation has almost reached the limit of what her current rank can bear. Qian Xunji rose from his seat. Father is right. Let us go infuse a spirit ring for Xiaoxu now. He thought to himself. Xiaoxu's body had already struggled to absorb the medicinal power of the spiritual plant last month, and she had already reached the bottleneck of her current rank. A few days ago, I gave her an immortal herb, but she absorbed less than 1/5 of it. Enshrinement Hall on the plaza, a sparring match was in full swing. Qian Renxue held a long sword that was crystalline white all over, confronting a spirit king wielding a 9-ring saber. The two were purely competing with spirit power and moves. Qian Renxue's figure was as light as a willow catkin, her toes tapping on the bluestone slab, and her long sword stirred up a cluster of fine silver flowers, stabbing directly at the Spirit King's wrist. The Spirit King reacted extremely quickly, the big ring saber sinking down, the blade precisely knocking against the spine of the sword with a crisp ding sound, shaking the short sword away. Qian Renxue took advantage of the momentum to spin, avoiding the blade wind swept by the Spirit King. And at the same time, the short sword swept back, the tip of the sword grazing the Spirit King's armor, bringing up a string of sparks. The Spirit King's long saber slashed vertically with great force, but Qian Renxue seemed to predict it in advance, suddenly lowering her body and drilling under the saber, the long sword taking advantage of the situation to thrust forward, pointing directly at the Spirit King's heart. The Spirit King hurriedly leaned back, his left arm blocking. Qian Renxue turned her wrist. The sword's stance changed abruptly, changing from a stab to a slice, forcing the Spirit King to retreat 3 steps before stabilizing his figure. Golden Crocodile Douluo stood by and watched. Seeing that although Qian Renxue was young, her moves were agile and tricky, and her spirit power operation was steady and solid, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly, his eyes full of approval. Xiaoxu's progress is truly significant. She is actually able to suppress a Spirit King. Qian Xunji and Qian Douluo walked over slowly, smiling. Qian Douluo showed a proud expression on his face, his chin slightly raised. That is natural. Don't look at whose granddaughter she is. How could her talent be bad? Qian Renxue caught a glimpse of the two. Her eyes instantly lit up, and a soft golden halo burst out from her whole body, the angelic domain silently unfolding. The Spirit King immediately felt a weight on his shoulders, and his spirit power operation became sluggish. Qian Renxue seized this fleeting opportunity. Her long sword hummed, and she slashed out a sharp sword kai condensed with pure spirit power. The Spirit King did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly activated his defensive spirit ability, and a layer of earthy yellow light shield emerged from his body surface. The sword kai collided with the light shield, making a dull sound. The Spirit King was actually shaken back 7 steps, and the bluestone slab under his feet cracked with fine lines. Qian Renxue flicked her wrist slightly, and the long sword was retracted into her spirit tool. She ran to Qian Xunji, looking up with her small face, her eyes bright, with a joyful look of asking for credit. "Father, look, am I amazing?" Qian Xunji bent down and rubbed her soft golden hair, his tone full of doting. "Amazing, our Xiaoxu is the most amazing little angel." Xiaoxu. Qian Douluo called out softly, pretending to be dissatisfied, but his eyes carried a smile. Qian Renxue immediately turned to him and shouted sweetly, "Grandpa!" Qian Douluo immediately beamed with joy and reached out to touch her head. "Good child." Golden Crocodile Douluo waved his hand at the Spirit King, signaling him to step down. The Spirit King bowed and left the plaza quickly. "Xiaoxu, shall we fuse a spirit ring for you in a while?" Qian Douluo asked. Okay. Qian Renxue clapped her small hands excitedly, her little face full of anticipation, her eyes as bright as stars. "I have already prepared the spirit ring." Qian Xunji stretched out his left hand, and 7-colored light flowed in his palm. A spirit ring flickering with red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple 7-colored lights slowly emerged, floating in his palm, emitting an aura that was both majestic and gentle. God-bestowed spirit ring. Qian Douluo's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in surprise. "Jir, where did you get such a divine object?" Qian Xunji said. "Father, I have already obtained the god's legacy, and the content of the god trial is to assist Xiaoxu in becoming a god. When she successfully becomes a god, I will be able to complete the god trial and inherit the god position." Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qian Douluo looked at each other, both seeing shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Could the god's legacy actually be like this? One can inherit the god position by assisting others to become a god. This was simply unheard of. "But I haven't felt the fluctuation of divine force on you." Qian Douluo frowned, full of confusion. "My god trial is different from ordinary god trials." Qian Xunji raised his left hand, indicating the spirit ring in his palm. "This god-bestowed spirit ring is the proof of the god trial." Qian Douluo pondered for a moment and nodded slowly, the doubts in his eyes gradually disappearing. "If so, then it is Xiaoxu's opportunity, and also a fortunate event for my angel clan. With the help of this divine ring, Xiaoxu's path to becoming a god will definitely be much smoother." Qian Xunji handed the god-bestowed spirit ring to Qian Renxue, his tone gentle but solemn. Xiaoxu, circulate your spirit power to guide it and try to communicate with this spirit ring. Remember, you must persist. The longer you resonate with the spirit ring, the higher the age of the final fused spirit ring will be. Compress your spirit power while absorbing the spirit ring to maximize the efficacy of the spirit ring. Qian Renxue looked at the seven-colored flowing spirit ring, her little face slightly flushed with excitement, and she stretched out her small hand, holding the spirit ring in her palm. She sat cross-legged as instructed, closed her eyes, and guided the spirit power in her body to slowly inject into the spirit ring. At first, the spirit ring only emitted a soft white light, but after a moment, it turned into a bright yellow. After a few breaths, it turned into a deep purple. As time passed, the purple became more intense, slowly transitioning to ink black. That was the color only a 10,000-year spirit ring would have. Qian Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo held their breath and stared, their eyes full of nervousness and anticipation. Qian Xunji stood aside, although his face was calm, his fingertips tightened slightly. An hour later, the spirit ring completely turned into pure ink black. 10,000 year. The first spirit ring is actually 10,000 year. Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed in surprise, his voice full of shock. Qian Douluo had an unconcealable ecstasy on his face. Good, good, my angel clan has successors. Chapter 19. Dual rings shine upon the world. The Supreme Pontiff advances. The black spirit ring grew increasingly profound in color, its age steadily climbing. 10,000 years, 15,000 years, 20,000 years. Golden Crocodile looked at Qian Renxue sitting cross-legged, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I never expected little Snow to withstand the pressure of a spirit ring over 20,000 years. Qian Douluo spoke slowly. The greatest difference between a god-bestowed spirit ring and a spirit-beast spirit ring is that it can bestow upon a spirit master the most compatible spirit ring age, and there is no disturbance from soul shock. Little Snow's spirit power has now been compressed 5 times. Her physical body strength rivals that of a spirit king, and her mental force is nearly approaching that of a spirit saint. As long as she can endure, the age of this spirit ring is guaranteed to reach at least 40,000 years. Upon hearing this, Gold Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his voice tinged with shock. 40,000. That's a spirit ring only a spirit saint can absorb, and it's merely Little Snow's first ring. Such talent. Time flowed by in silent waiting. 2 hours, 3 hours. The age of the spirit ring continued to rise. 30,000 years, 35,000 years, 45,000 years. The next morning, Qian Douluo stared intently at Qian Renxue. Beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, tracing down her cheeks. Her small face was slightly contorted from bearing immense pressure, showing traces of pain, yet she still gritted her teeth, refusing to give up. Almost there. Just 1,000 years left to reach 50,000 years. Gold Crocodile Douluo clenched his fist. Qian Xunji said in a deep voice, believe in Little Snow. She can do it. 49,500, 600, 700, 900, 50,000. The pitch-black spirit ring suddenly contracted, merging into Qian Renxue's body. Qian Renxue's eyes snapped open. She swayed slightly, then stood up straight. Behind her. The 6-winged angel spirit slowly unfurled. Its holy golden wings shimmered brilliantly in the morning light. At her feet, a pitch-black spirit ring pulsed rhythmically. She lifted her little face, shouting excitedly, Father, Grandpa, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, look. Little Snow succeeded. Little Snow, what is your first spirit ability? Qian Douluo asked urgently. A hint of pride flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes as she explained its armament. It can materialize various weapons. With equal spirit power, the strength of weapons materialized using the spirit ability is 5 times that of not using it. Moreover, they can also carry various attributes of the spirit. Qian Douluo and Qian Xunji exchanged a glance, both seeing amazement in each other's eyes. Qian Douluo clapped his hands, saying, this spirit ability truly lives up to being from a god-bestowed spirit ring. It's truly domineering. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in Qian Xunji's mind. Qian Renxue's first ring, 50,000 years. First crit, triple. Second crit, single, total, triple. Host's first spirit ring age increased by 150,000 years. Qian Xunji's spirit power erupted violently around him. 9 spirit rings instantly appeared at his feet. His first spirit ring rapidly changed from its initial yellow to purple, then transformed into black, finally leaping directly to a vivid red. That was the color unique to a 100,000-year spirit ring. A vast surge of energy poured from the spirit ring, flooding into his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. His spirit power instantly skyrocketed. Qian Douluo and Gold Crocodile Douluo's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Qian Renxue blinked curiously, looking at the vivid red spirit ring on her father, her little face full of puzzlement. Qian Xunji felt the surging spirit power within him, almost breaking through his bottleneck. He quickly focused his mind and calmed his Qi, suppressing it with all his might. Now was not the time for a breakthrough. After a moment, that explosively increased spirit power was finally firmly locked within his body, stored away as potential. Jir, what is going on? Qian Douluo was the first to regain his composure, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. This is a reward from the God trial, Qian Xunji explained. Since Little Snow's first ring far exceeds the limits of an ordinary spirit master, I received this generous reward. The corner of Qian Douluo's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the bright red 100,000-year spirit ring at his son's feet, he was momentarily speechless. Gold Crocodile Douluo murmured, "Your Majesty, the Supreme Pontiff's current strength, is probably already on par with this old man." "Uncle Golden flatters me," Qian Xunji said with a cupped fist salute, his tone modest. "I am still far from your level." He turned to look at Qian Renxue, saying softly, "Little Snow, first regulate your breathing and recover. We will absorb the second spirit ring." With that, he flipped his left hand over. In his palm appeared another God-bestowed spirit ring, shimmering with a 7-colored radiance. Qian Douluo's pupils contracted. He couldn't help but ask, "Jir, how do you still have a God-bestowed spirit ring?" Qian Xunji smiled. "The deity from whom I inherited this legacy has always been magnanimous. With him here, we won't have to worry about Little Snow's future spirit rings." Qian Douluo opened his mouth, his face a complex mix of emotions. Back in the day, he had only received one God-bestowed spirit ring. Now, his son could casually produce a second one. This disparity left a bittersweet taste in his heart. Gold Crocodile Douluo was even more dumbfounded. Several days later, Qian Renxue had fully recovered and began absorbing the second God-bestowed spirit ring. This time, the spirit ring ultimately stabilized at 65,000 years. As she had persistently compressed her spirit power, upon completion of the absorption, her spirit power directly reached level 28. Her mental force broke through to the realm of a spirit saint. Her physical body strength approached that of a spirit emperor, and the number of times her spirit power had been compressed reached 6. The mechanical voice sounded in Qian Xunji's mind once more. Qian Renxue's second ring, 65,000 years. First crit, single, second crit, sextuple, total, sextuple. Host receives a reward of 390,000 years added to the second spirit ring. A surge of energy, even more vast than the last, flooded into his body. Qian Xunji immediately sat down cross-legged and began refining this power. He guided the spirit power coursing through his body, continuously compressing it. Each compression was accompanied by collisions of spirit power, emitting low, rumbling booms. The surrounding air twisted from the violent fluctuations of spirit power. Fine cracks appeared on the bluestone tiles on the ground, and small stones floated slightly. Qian Douluo, Qian Renxue, and Gold Crocodile Douluo quickly retreated Tenjiang, watching him with grave expressions. The other several enshrinement hall members, who had been in secluded cultivation, were also startled by this powerful spirit power fluctuation. They emerged from their residences one after another, arriving at the plaza. "Big brother, what's going on?" Why is there such a strong spirit power fluctuation? Lion Douluo looked at Qian Xunji enveloped in spirit power in the field, asking in confusion. Pride gleamed in Qian Dailiu's eyes as he said solemnly, "This is Jir. He is about to break through." Everyone followed his gaze. When they clearly saw the spirit rings at Qian Xunji's feet, they all revealed expressions of shock. Holy shit, what's going on? Red, red, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Location Douluo rubbed his eyes vigorously, looking at thousand-weight Douluo in disbelief. Sixth brother, am I seeing things? Thousand-weight Douluo's expression was grave as he slowly nodded. You're not mistaken. They are indeed two red spirit rings. Jir has already received the inheritance of a god position, Qian Dailiu said with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, the other enshrinement hall members stepped forward one after another to offer congratulations. Congratulations, High Priest. Congratulations, Supreme Pontiff. Several days later, Qian Xunji's eyes snapped open, a flash of golden light vanishing within them. A powerful aura soared skyward, spreading outwards, causing the entire enshrinement hall to tremble. Level 97, spirit power compressed 3 times. The second strongest of the spirit hall has been born. Qian Xunji felt the power within his body. The enshrinement hall members all showed expressions of joy. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Supreme Pontiff. Chapter 20. The Supreme Pontiff's wedding news. Yin is pregnant 1 year later in the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Beneath its solemn and majestic dome, Qian Xunji sat upon the pontiff's throne. Yin sat sideways between his legs, her skirt cascading like a waterfall. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, and the blush on her cheeks spread all the way to the tips of her ears. Her gaze, shy and timid, swept across the vast, empty hall before she couldn't help but snuggle deeper into his embrace. Chrysanthemum Douluo entered with light steps, his long robe brushing the floor. As he bowed in salute, the hem of his robe lifted slightly. Your Eminence, reports indicate that the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have both broken through to the titled Douluo realm. Including Tang Chen, the Clear Sky sect now boasts 5 titled Douluos within its ranks. What do you think, should we? He spoke with lowered eyes, his fingers curling slightly within his sleeves, his tone laced with concealed worry over the rise of this power. Qian Xunji's fingers idly stroked Yin's hair. He interrupted him. Chrysanthemum, convey my orders. Notify all powers across the continent that possess spirit Douluos or stronger. In 2 months, I will hold a wedding ceremony with Yin, inviting all powers to attend and witness. Chrysanthemum Douluo's head snapped up, his pupils constricting sharply. The Supreme Pontiff was actually going to marry this woman and announce it to the entire continent. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing several times before he finally bowed and replied. Yes, this subordinate will see to it immediately. Wait. Qian Xunji's voice carried an unquestionable authority. Ensure the message reaches the upper 3 sects and the 2 great empires without fail. Consider it special attention. This subordinate understands. Chrysanthemum Douluo bowed again. As he turned and retreated, the sound of his robe sweeping over the threshold held his unquelled shock. Yin lifted her head, her eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Why did you suddenly think of holding a wedding? Qian Xunji pinched her chin, forcing her gaze to meet his deep eyes. I think it's time to give you a proper status. Thank you, Brother Qian. Yin's voice was as soft as honey. She leaned in actively, her lips meeting his, carrying the faint fragrance from her hair. Her gaze was gentle as water, overflowing with complete trust and adoration. Qian Xunji deepened the kiss until her breath grew slightly ragged, then rested his forehead against hers, breathing lightly. Clear Sky sect inside the council hall. Tang Hao slammed his palm on the table, the solid wood surface instantly cracking with a spiderweb of fissures. The spirit hall goes too far. His eyes were bloodshot, spirit power churning within him. Yin was clearly our friend. He dares to marry her and even announces it to the whole continent. This is a slap to the face of our Clear Sky sect. Tang Xiao stood to the side, his fingers rubbing the token at his waist, his brow filled with helplessness. At the very least, Yin is safe. Tang Zhen sighed, his graying beard trembling slightly. Grand Elder, prepare a generous gift. The Grand Elder bowed in response. Yes, Sect Master. As he turned, his aged back carried the weight of his heavy considerations regarding the current situation. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Engine clutched the gilded invitation. The patterns on the invitation seemed to flow with the Spirit Hall's arrogant aura. He slammed it onto the table. Ah Yin, wasn't she said to be a transformed spirit beast? His voice was full of disbelief. What is Qian Xunji doing? Has he gone mad? The elders in the council hall looked at each other, none able to decipher the profound meaning behind this insane act. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzhai watched the departing flying spirit master, who was at the spirit Douluo level. Truly worthy of the spirit hall, his voice held admiration, but also a trace of envy. To have a spirit Douluo level expert dedicated solely to delivering messages, such profound foundation, when will my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School ever reach such heights? Bone Douluo Gu Rong stroked his chin, his brows furrowed into a knot. Fengzhai, what do you think the Spirit Hall is really up to? Announcing to the entire continent that they intend to marry a spirit beast, aren't they afraid of inciting hostility from all over? That is precisely his brilliance. On the surface, it's a marriage. In reality, it's a show of strength. He dares to marry a spirit beast and dares to announce it to the world. That means he is certain no one would dare move against him lightly. This is a declaration to the entire continent that the Spirit Hall's majesty cannot be challenged. Ning Fengzhai looked at the invitation in his hand. In the Heaven Du Empire's imperial palace, Prince Zhu Xing placed the invitation on the imperial desk. His voice carried unconcealed dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, what is the Spirit Hall trying to pull? Marrying a spirit beast and demanding our presence at the ceremony. Isn't this blatantly trying to embarrass us? Emperor Zhu Yi leaned back on the dragon throne, his fingers tapping the armrest thoughtfully. Go, why wouldn't we go? His gaze was profound. The Spirit Hall's power is immense. We cannot afford to clash with them for now. Prepare a generous gift, send an envoy. This is a good opportunity to gauge their true strength. Inside the Star Luo Empire's council hall, Zhu Yi handed the invitation to the Star Luo Emperor, his voice grave. Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall's move seems insane, but it conceals a sharp edge. The Star Luo Emperor took the invitation. Send an envoy. Ensure the formalities are observed. We cannot show weakness. Let's see what backup plans they truly have. The reactions of the lower 4 sects were more direct. Hu Yanzhen, sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, pounded his chest, his armor emitting dull clanks. For the Spirit Hall to deem us worthy of an invitation is our honor. We must go, and bring abundant gifts to show the Supreme Pontiff our sincerity. The other 3 sects echoed his sentiment. Receiving an invitation from the Spirit Hall was a tremendous honor for them. The rest of the powers buzzed with discussion. Some smaller and medium-sized forces aligned with the Spirit Hall were overjoyed, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to curry favor. They began racking their brains to prepare congratulatory gifts. Meanwhile, those forces with long-standing grievances against the Spirit Hall gathered in secret, attempting to find a chink in the Spirit Hall's armor amidst this shocking wedding. The entire continent was stirred into waves by this wedding announcement. 1 month later, in the Supreme Pontiff's bedchamber, Ah Yin lay nestled against Qian Xunji's chest, her fingers lightly resting on her abdomen. She suddenly looked up, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, yet mixed with irrepressible joy. Brother Qian, I think, I might have it. Have it. Have what? Qian Xunji didn't grasp her meaning immediately, looking at her in confusion as his fingers trailed down her hair. Ah Yin shot him a look, her chiding tone full of tenderness. A child, of course, look, she said, taking his hand and pressing it against her lower abdomen. Qian Xunji immediately channeled his spirit power to probe. An extremely faint, yet undeniably real, pulse of life force reached him. Like a tender sprout breaking through the soil, brimming with vitality, it beat gently within his perception. Immense joy instantly overwhelmed him. He pulled Ah Yin into a tight embrace, then abruptly loosened his hold, afraid of hurting her with his strength. He lowered his head, kissing her from her forehead, to the tip of her nose and finally her lips. After a few breaths, Yin, her face flushed, pushed him away gently, her breath slightly uneven. "Be careful, don't hurt the baby." Qian Xunji nodded repeatedly, his palm carefully covering her abdomen. The wild joy in his eyes seemed ready to overflow. He mused inwardly. 2 years. At least 50 times a month, each time not stopping until she couldn't take it anymore. Finally, they had a child of their own. It truly wasn't easy. Chapter 21. Wedding Turmoil, a pact of life in Death Spirit Hall in the reception plaza. The crowd was surging, shoulder to shoulder, with over 100,000 spirit masters gathered. The fluctuations of spirit power intertwined, forming an invisible pressure. Qian Xunji was dressed in a gilded supreme pontiff robe, the angel patterns on the hem shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Yin wore a pale blue long dress, embroidered with exquisite blue-silver grass patterns on the hem. Standing by his side, her figure was graceful, and while her face bore a hint of shyness, it could not hide the glow of happiness. Around the plaza, thousands of spirit kings were dressed in bright silver armor. The armor gleamed with a cold luster in the sun, standing in neat, razor-sharp rows. With their long spears pointed diagonally at the ground, serving as honor guards, they silently guarded the area with an imposing aura. Chrysanthemum Douluo walked to the front of the stage, cleared his throat, and his voice spread through his spirit power, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "The auspicious hour has arrived. We invite the various factions to present their congratulatory gifts." The first to step forward was the group from the Clear Sky sect. Tang Zhen, who was leading, gestured for his disciples to present the gift boxes and said loudly, "The Clear Sky sect congratulates Supreme Pontiff Your Majesty on your wedding. We have prepared a humble gift, 5,000-year spirit bones, 5,000 kattas of refined iron, and 800 kattas of meteorite iron." As his voice fell, the team from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School stepped forward. Ning Fengjai smiled and signaled his attendants to bring up their gifts. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's congratulatory gifts: 10 boxes of gemstones, 100 hundred-year medicinal herbs, and 5,000-year medicinal herbs. Following closely was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Yuanjin said in a deep voice. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's congratulatory gifts: 8 Thunder Chant fruits and 10 boxes of rare ore. A buzzing sound of discussion immediately erupted in the plaza. "My God, the Clear Sky sect started with 5,000-year spirit bones. This is such a generous gesture." The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's 1,000-year medicinal herbs are not simple either. Every single one is a treasure that is hard to come by. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's Thunder Chant fruits are said to be able to enhance the power of lightning attribute spirits, and there are 8 of them. It seems that none of the major factions dare to slight Spirit Hall. These gifts are all very valuable. That is natural. Spirit Hall currently has the Supreme Pontiff and the High Priest, these 2 great mountains weighing down on everyone, so who would dare to be disrespectful? "I heard the Supreme Pontiff is marrying a transformed soul beast this time. Is it true? She looks like an ordinary person." "SHH, keep your voice down. Don't you see the people from Spirit Hall staring? Do you want to die?" Spirit Hall is announcing this to the whole world. Daring to marry even a spirit beast, their strength is truly formidable. Subsequently, the envoy from the Star Luo Empire stepped forward and opened the gift box, which contained dozens of fist-sized night-luminescent pearls, round and plump, shimmering with 7-colored luster. There were also boxes upon boxes of exquisite silk and jade ware, fully displaying the Empire's foundation. The Heaven Dew Empire's gifts were more practical: boxes of gold coins, porcelain, and calligraphy and paintings. Although they were not as precious as the gifts from the other factions, they showed pragmatic considerations. After all, the 2 great empires still needed to maintain a facade of peace with Spirit Hall. The Elephant Armored Academy's gift was the most direct. Hu Yanzhen personally carried a huge piece of black iron forward and said in a rough voice, "Supreme Pontiff, Your Majesty, this is the 1,000-year black iron treasured by our Elephant Armored Academy, wishing Your Majesty a happy wedding." An hour later, The gift-giving segment for the various factions was finally completed. Qian Xunji stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the plaza, his voice steady and powerful. Thank you all for coming from afar to attend the wedding of Yin and me. Spirit Hall has noted today's gifts. From now on, anyone who maintains good relations with Spirit Hall will never be let down. Off the stage, Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his gaze fixed intently on Qian Xunji and Yin on the stage. The flames of anger burned in his eyes, his chest heaving violently, as if he would explode at any moment. Brother Hao, today is Yin's wedding day, so please don't do anything rash. Tang Xiao noticed his agitation and quickly reached out to press his shoulder, whispering advice in a tone full of worry. Yu Yuanjin stood to the side, his brows locked, his heart full of confusion. What is going on? Wasn't it said that this woman is a transformed soul beast? But looking at her aura, it is clearly no different from an ordinary person. The clear sky sect wouldn't lie. Uncle Sword, can you tell? Ning Fengzhai asked the sword Douluo beside him in a low voice. Sword Douluo's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He stared at Yin for a moment and slowly shook his head. She is human. Qian Xunji seemed to have sensed the undercurrents off the stage. He looked at Tang Hao, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperceptible arc. He immediately put his arm around Yin's waist and said loudly, "Today is the wedding of Yin and me. From this day on, she's the Pope's consort of Spirit Hall, sharing honor and glory with me." A rosy blush flew across Yin's face, her eyes filled with shyness and happiness. She lowered her head slightly, her fingers gently twisting her dress hem. Long live the Supreme Pontiff. Long live the Pope's consort. The disciples and attendants of Spirit Hall immediately shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the clouds, making people's eardrums tremble. Tang Hao could no longer hold back. The anger in his eyes was almost becoming tangible, and his spirit power fluctuated violently, causing the surrounding spirit masters to look over. I have one more piece of good news to tell the entire continent. Qian Xunji's voice rang out again, drowning out all the noise. Yin is already pregnant, and my Spirit Hall is about to welcome a second successor. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao's expressions changed drastically. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with pain, while Tang Xiao sighed heavily, his eyes full of complexity. Qian Xunji's gaze drifted toward Tang Hao, seemingly intentional, his tone carrying a hint of deliberate emotion. You all know that it is not easy for high-level spirit masters to conceive. For this child, Yin and I have gone through hundreds of days and nights. The hardships are not for outsiders to know. Every exhaustion after cultivate, every joy after worry, has made us cherish this hard-won fate even more. Yin's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She gently pinched Qian Xunji's waist and chided him coquettishly. Brother Qian, how can you say such things out loud? Qian Xunji. Tang Hao could no longer hold it in and roared furiously, his voice filled with anger and humiliation. You used despicable means to abduct Yin, and now you are humiliating her in public. I want to challenge you, he looked around and said loudly. This matter has nothing to do with the Clear Sky sect. It is a personal grievance between me, Tang Hao, and him. A battle of life and death, do you dare to accept? The plaza instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tang Hao, their faces full of shock. Brother Hao, you're crazy, come down quickly. Tang Xiao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stepped forward to pull him, but was shaken off by Tang Hao. Do you dare to accept? Tang Hao asked again, his eyes fixed intently on Qian Xunji, full of provocation. Seeing this, Yin hurriedly grabbed Qian Xunji's sleeve and said worriedly, Brother Qian, for the sake of my face, please don't make things difficult for Brother Hao, okay? Yin, don't worry. Qian Xunji patted her hand, his tone calm. I wouldn't go so far as to make things difficult for my good nephew. You have already married me, and he is your junior, so don't get the address wrong. After saying this, he walked forward 2 steps, staring directly at Tang Hao, his eyes becoming cold and ruthless. Good nephew, since you insist, I will fulfill your wish. However, you must be mentally prepared. The Supreme Pontiff's dignity cannot be provoked. He sneered in his heart. Finally, he took the bait. The Tang clan members really only have hammers in their heads. They explode at the slightest touch. P.S. Regarding the number of spirit masters, over 20 titled Douluo, over 320 spirit Douluo, over 1,500 spirit saint, 8,000 spirit emperor, 30,000 spirit king, 100,000 spirit ancestor, 250,000 spirit elder, spirit grandmaster and spirit master, over 800,000. My data here is very conservative in Slaughter City. Tens of thousands of spirit masters enter every year. At least 10,000 die on the road. Then there are the fights between spirit masters and the casualties from hunting spirit beast. At least tens of thousands of spirit masters die every year. The number of spirit masters in the original work does not exceed 100,000. It's fine to just look at it, but it can only be looked at. The two great empires, Heaven Du and Star Luo, can scrape together millions of troops. And they are basically heavy armored soldiers, which means at least 100 people are needed to support one soldier. There are at least hundreds of millions of people in Douluo and over 1 million spirit masters. It's really not much. Chapter 22, Qian Xunji vs. Tang. How the watching spirit masters held their breath, their gazes locked tightly onto the two figures on the high platform, not daring to even breathe loudly. Nothing remained on the plaza but the oppressive tension before the clash of spirit power. Tang Hao let out a low growl, and the pitch-black clear sky hammer suddenly appeared in his hand, its surface covered in ferocious patterns. 9 spirit rings pulsed around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. His aura had reached an astonishing level 92. His slaughter god domain unfurled instantly, and the dense killing intent spread like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding low-level spirit masters to tremble involuntarily. Immediately following this, the first 6 spirit rings on his body exploded violently, transforming into streams of pure energy that merged into his body, causing his aura to surge abruptly. Tang Hao knew clearly that he had to go all out against Qian Xunji, otherwise the humiliation from 2 years ago would only repeat itself. Hiss, a chorus of gasps echoed across the plaza. This power, it's already approaching a level 96 super Douluo. Yu Engine's pupils constricted, and he said in a deep voice, "The secret arts of the Clear Sky sect are truly worthy of their reputation." Sword Douluo's eyes were as sharp as blades as he nodded slowly. Combined with the Slaughter God domain, Tang Hao's combat power right now is enough to challenge and even defeat an ordinary level 96 super Douluo. Ning Fengzhai frowned slightly, saying worriedly, "Wouldn't that put Qian Xunji in danger? He is currently level 95, what if? Not necessarily." Bone Douluo interrupted him. "The 6-winged angel spirit has always been special. Fighting above one's rank is a daily occurrence. The outcome of this duel is hard to predict." On the high platform, Qian Xunji stood with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt, as if he were watching a clown. Tang Hao was thoroughly enraged by his attitude, his face flushed red as he swung the clear sky hammer violently. His body began to spin rapidly, and as the speed increased, a black tornado formed around him, whipping up debris from the ground and creating a whistling wind. Within 2 breaths, the tornado suddenly condensed, transforming into a massive, pitch-black dragon. Its dragon scales shimmered with a cold luster, and it roared as it circled in midair. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. Just the aura alone makes it hard to breathe." The watching spirit masters retreated one after another, their faces filled with horror, and their gazes toward Tang Hao were full of awe. Tang Hao leapt high into the air, his body tracing an arc, and he hurled the clear sky hammer in his hand with the force of 1,000 jun. Qian Xunji, die. That black dragon seemed to possess life, roaring as it charged toward Qian Xunji. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a shrill screech. A contemptuous smile curled the corners of Qian Xunji's mouth. His 6-winged angel spirit instantly manifested, and 6 pairs of golden wings unfurled behind him, the holy light illuminating the entire plaza. 9 spirit rings appeared, and the second spirit ring was a vibrant red, suddenly lighting up. "Angel's wings," he said softly. As his voice fell, Qian Xunji's body became ethereal. This was the effect of Angel's wings. In the ethereal state, it granted immunity to 100% of physical attacks, 80% of energy attacks, and 60% of mental attacks. The effect would only gradually diminish when the opponent's power far exceeded his own. The black dragon and the clear sky hammer passed right through Qian Xunji's body. The clear sky hammer slammed heavily into the ground, emitting a loud bang as dust filled the air. Yin subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes filled with worry. Tang Hao landed on the ground, looking at the large crater amidst the dust, a hint of triumph on his face. The watching spirit masters also stretched their necks, wanting to see the result clearly. After a few breaths, the dust gradually dissipated, revealing a 50-meter-wide crater on the high platform, with the stone slabs at the edges shattered and scattered. Just then, Qian Xunji's figure slowly materialized in midair. His golden Supreme Pontiff robes were still neat, without even a speck of dust, and a calm smile played on his face. How is this possible? Tang Hao took 2 steps back, his face filled with disbelief, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Qian Xunji's figure vanished suddenly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Tang Hao. He raised his hand and slapped Tang Hao across the face. A crisp slap echoed across the plaza. Immediately after, he stepped on Tang Hao's chest, looking down at him from above, his tone icy. "Nephew, weren't you very arrogant just now?" Tang Xiao, down below, had a livid expression, flames of anger burning in his eyes. He stared fixedly at Qian Xunji, his spirit power fluctuating violently, ready to strike at any moment. The murmurs on the plaza exploded again. "What exactly happened just now? How is the Supreme Pontiff unharmed? Did you see clearly?" The spirit rings under the Supreme Pontiff's feet just now seemed to have 2 red ones. 2 red ones. Are you suffering from presbyopia? Those are 100,000-year spirit rings. How could he have 2? I saw it too. The second spirit ring was indeed red. This is incredible. Uncle Sword, did you see clearly? Ning Fengzhai asked in a low voice, his heart surging with turbulent waves. Sword Douluo said in a deep voice. The first and second spirit rings are both red. How is that possible? Ning Fengzhai was deeply shocked. They were clearly 2 yellow ones before. Could Spirit Hall be able to replace spirit rings? This is absolutely impossible. There has never been a precedent. On the high platform, Qian Xunji lifted his foot and stepped heavily on Tang Hao's chest again. Tang Hao let out a muffled grunt, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Qian Xunji's angel spirit power was silently invading his body, suppressing his aura. "What's wrong? Nephew, are you already done for?" Qian Xunji's tone was full of sarcasm. "Could it be that you're a 3-second man?" 3 seconds. Tang Hao didn't understand this strange term, but the words "done for" stung him like a needle. His eyes instantly turned blood red, the rage and humiliation in his heart intertwined. Having just exploded 6 spirit rings, activated the Slaughter God domain, and unleashed the 81 hammers, he had consumed 80% of his spirit power. Now, to resist, he could only. 3 black spirit rings suddenly lit up on his body, then exploded. Tang Hao's aura surged once more, carrying a resolute killing intent. Seeing this, Qian Xunji quickly retreated several zhang. The spirit power shockwave, erupted by a spirit master, was an indiscriminate area of effect attack. He didn't want to dirty his clothes on his wedding day. After all, there were more important things to do tonight. Tang Hao stared at Qian Xunji with murderous intent, his body trembling slightly from the excessive overdraft of spirit power, yet he still glared at him fixedly, refusing to admit defeat. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Tang Xiao's voice sounded in his ear, carrying a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. "Brother Hao, that's enough." He transmitted his voice using spirit power. "You have very little spirit power left in your body, and the energy from the ring explosion cannot last. Come back with me, cultivate well for 10 years, and then come back to avenge today's humiliation." Tang Hao turned around abruptly, looking at Tang Xiao. His lips moved, wanting to say something, but in the end, he only clenched his fists, a low, unwilling growl echoing in his throat. P.S. Originally, Angel's wings had the effect of granting 100% immunity to physical attacks and 50% immunity to energy attacks. Now that it has become close to a 400,000-year age, the effect has been strengthened. As for why a 100-year spirit ring has such a heaven-defying effect, it is unclear. What is even more unclear is that with such a spirit ability, it was actually suppressed by the clear sky hammer. I can't figure it out. Chapter 23. The Haitian twin stars, spirit bone stripping Tang Xiao. Since you've come up, why not join Tang Hao? Qian Xunji looked down from his elevated position, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Let us spar a bit, add some excitement to my wedding celebration. What do you say? Tang Xiao's face darkened like ink, his voice cold. Your Holiness jests. Today is your joyous occasion. Sparring is inappropriate. Tang Xiao. Qian Xunji slowly walked closer, his voice not loud, yet laced with a thread of menace. This is the spirit hall. I advise you to think carefully. The plaza. Is Tang Xiao perhaps afraid? The Haitian twin stars have a resounding reputation, achieving titled Douluo status at a young age. Tang Hao is said to be only 43, the youngest titled Douluo. So what? They are still far inferior to His Holiness. Look, he subdued Tang Hao with a single slap earlier. Tang Zhen stood below the stage, listening to these discussions, his face livid. His eyes swept viciously over the chattering spirit masters. Damn it. So what if this is the spirit hall? I, the sect, will remember today's humiliation. If there is a future day, I will surely make you pay the price. Tang Xiao looked back at Tang Zhen, saw him nod slowly, and his heart sank. He understood. If they did not accept the challenge today, the Clear Sky Sect's title of #1 sect under heaven would truly become nothing but an empty name, since your holiness commands it. Tang Xiao took a deep breath and said solemnly, then I must offend. A pitch-black clear sky hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. 9 spirit rings pulsed around him as well. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. His aura was in no way inferior to Tang Hao's. The two brothers exchanged a glance and moved simultaneously, attacking Qian Xunji from the left and right. Tang Xiao understood clearly in his heart. Qian Xunji's second spirit ability could evade physical attacks. The clear sky hammer's physical spirit abilities were useless against him. Only by unleashing the clear sky 9 absolutes and the disorder splitting wind hammer method could they perhaps find an opening. Tang Hao took the initiative, sweeping his clear sky hammer in a horizontal arc. It was the break technique from the clear sky 9 absolutes. The hammer's wind, carrying shattered stones, shot straight for Qian Xunji's face. Qian Xunji's figure flickered, sidestepping to avoid it. The hammer wind brushed past his robe and smashed into the stone pillar behind him, cracking it with a loud snap. Tang Xiao followed closely behind, his clear sky hammer descending in a vertical chop. The Quake Absolute technique. Qian Xunji tapped his toes, his body lifting into the air, evading the hammer's edge. Simultaneously, he flicked a strand of golden spirit power from his fingertip, striking the handle of Tang Xiao's hammer. Tang Xiao felt a clever force transmit through it, and his hammer momentum instantly stalled. Seizing the opening, Tang Hao abruptly changed his hammer technique. The disorder-splitting wind hammer method unfolded. The clear sky hammer in his hand transformed into a blur of afterimages, layer upon layer of hammer shadows enveloping Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji's 6 wings fluttered lightly behind him as his figure twisted and turned in midair. Each time, he precisely avoided the core of the hammer shadows. Occasionally raising a hand, a strand of golden spirit power would shoot out, always accurately striking Tang Hao at the moment his old force was spent and new force had not yet been born, causing his Qi and blood to churn. Seeing this, Tang Xiao unleashed the seal technique. Spirit power condensed on his clear sky hammer, forming an invisible shackle attempting to restrain Qian Xunji's movements. A flash of golden light passed through Qian Xunji's eyes. A faint golden light shield manifested around his body. The shackle touched the light shield and dissipated instantly as if sinking into a quagmire. He slapped out with a backhanded palm. A golden palm wind shot straight for Tang Xiao's chest. Tang Xiao, hastily blocked horizontally with his hammer, was sent staggering back 3 steps, his arm numb. The two brothers joined forces again. Tang Hao used Slay to tear through space, while Tang Xiao used Entangle to lock onto his aura. The two attacks, one rigid, one soft, sealed off all of Qian Xunji's escape routes, yet Qian Xunji remained unhurried. With a beat of his 6 wings, his body transformed into a stream of light, actually slipping through the gap between the 2 attacks. Simultaneously, he spun around and kicked Tang Hao in the lower back. Tang Hao stumbled several steps, nearly falling. Discussions rose and fell like waves across the plaza. His Holiness is too powerful. Facing 2 titled Douluos, he's still handling them with ease. Even the clear sky 9 absolutes can't touch him. The gap is too vast. Look, His Holiness hasn't used his full strength with each move. He's clearly toying with them. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, cold sweat beaded on Tang Xiao's forehead, his face pale. He could clearly feel the spirit power within his body rapidly draining. Every time Qian Xunji struck him, though the force was light, it carried a peculiar purifying power. Each collision would dissolve a portion of his spirit power. At this moment, the spirit power within him was less than 30%. Tang Hao was even more exhausted, breathing heavily. The killing intent of his slaughter god domain had dimmed considerably, clearly reaching his limit. It's time to end this. A golden light flashed in Qian Xunji's eyes. His figure rose, suspending in midair. The first spirit ring beneath his feet, that vivid red spirit ring, suddenly lit up. Angel Assault. This spirit ability combined attack and defense. When attacking, a golden energy shield would manifest around his body, enhanced with purification and dissolution effects. If someone of equal spirit power was struck head-on, their power would be purified by 5 to 10%. Those with weaker spirit power might even have it purified completely. Qian Xunji descended like a golden meteor, trailing a brilliant light tail, diving towards the two brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Spirit Bone Skill, Clear Sky Barrier. Spirit Bone Skill, Clear Sky Protection. Seeing this, the two brothers dared not be negligent. They simultaneously activated their Spirit Bone skills. A massive black shield materialized before Tang Hao, while a thick, earthy yellow halo enveloped Tang Xiao. Boom. A deafening roar shook the air as the golden meteor collided with the black shield and yellow halo, erupting in a blinding flash of light. A moment later, the light dissipated. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao both lay sprawled on the ground. The protective halos from their spirit bone skills had shattered. The spirit power within their bodies had been purified completely, leaving them without even the strength to lift a hand. Qian Xunji hovered in midair, looking at the two fallen figures, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. For this angel assault, he had only used 30% of his power, fearing he might truly kill them. Tang Zhen watched from below, his heart pounding. Just as he thought to step forward, he was blocked by Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Sect Master Tang. Chrysanthemum Douluo said with a false smile, "Those two are unharmed. This is the arena. Uninvolved persons are not permitted entry." Tang Zhen's face was livid. He looked at Qian Xunji and said angrily, "Your Holiness, they have already been defeated. What is the meaning of this action of yours?" Qian Xunji glanced at him indifferently, then turned and proclaimed loudly to the surrounding spirit masters. The cultivation of spirit masters is inseparable from spirit beasts. The Spirit Hall, in conjunction with the upper 3 sects and the 2 empires, has established multiple hunting soul forests. This is not only to protect the common people, but also to safeguard the long-term interests of spirit masters. It prevents spirit beasts from being slaughtered in large numbers by those with ulterior motives, which would leave future generations without spirit rings to use. Your Holiness speaks truly. It really should be regulated. Spirit beasts have become increasingly scarce these years. But what does this have to do with the Clear Sky sect? Amidst the discussions, a sense of unease faintly rose in Tang Zhen's heart. Qian Xunji's tone shifted abruptly. Pointing at Tang Zhen, his voice suddenly turned sharp. Yet the Clear Sky sect, disregarding the interests of spirit masters across the entire continent, has condoned its members wantonly slaughtering 10,000-year spirit beasts in the major spirit beast forests, solely to obtain spirit bones. You slander us. Tang Zhen roared in fury. My clear sky sect disciples' hunting for spirit rings is perfectly justified. What talk of wanton slaughter is this? Whether it's slander or not, everyone can see for themselves. Ignoring his rebuttal, Qian Xunji gathered a ball of golden energy in each hand. The energy balls fell upon Tang Hao and Tang Xiao respectively. The two brothers immediately curled up in pain, their bodies trembling violently, faces contorted with agony. Qian Xunji, what are you doing? Tang Zhen's eyes nearly split with rage as he prepared to charge forward. Sect Master Tang, don't move. Chrysanthemum Douluo stepped forward, his tone icy. If you dare to make a move, you are preparing to start a war with my spirit hall. Tang Zhen's steps halted abruptly. Start a war. Without his father, Tang Chen, presiding, with the clear sky sect's current strength alone, going to war with the spirit hall would be tantamount to seeking their own destruction. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. After a few breaths, 6 glowing spheres slowly materialized before Tang Hao, while 5 appeared before Tang Xiao. The spheres flickered with various colors of light. Soon the light faded, revealing the objects inside. They were all spirit bones, so many spirit bones. Yu Yuanjin exclaimed involuntarily, a flash of greed in his eyes. Sword Douluo frowned deeply. Bone Douluo's expression turned grave, while Ning Fengzhai glanced at Tang Zhen, his thoughts unknown. Tang Zhen's face was as black as a pot bottom, his lips pressed into a tight line, his entire body trembling slightly. The spirit masters on the plaza looked at those spirit bones, and instantly, greedy flames ignited in their eyes. Their breathing became rapid. These are the spirit bones on the bodies of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Qian Xunji's voice thundered like a clap, resounding across the plaza. A total of 11 pieces between the two. Each piece is at least a top-quality spirit bone from a 30,000-year spirit beast or above. He paused, his tone full of sarcasm. The Clear Sky sect is truly wealthy. For 2 mere 92nd rank titled Douluos to possess 11 10,000-year spirit bones. 11 10,000-year spirit bones. How many 10,000-year spirit beasts would that require killing? The drop rate for 10,000-year spirit bones is less than 1 in 10,000. It's not just them. The sect master and elders of the Clear Sky sect must have them too. That would be at least 20 or more pieces. The Clear Sky sect is truly a sinner to all spirit masters across the continent. Even with the best luck, they'd have to kill 100 or 200,000 10,000-year spirit beasts. How difficult is it for spirit beasts to cultivate? If they keep killing like this, what high-age spirit rings will future generations have to use? Could it be they can only cultivate to Spirit Saint? The tide of discussion surged towards him. The gazes of everyone looking at Tang Zhen turned hostile. Even the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect frowned, their eyes cold. Chapter 24. A world where only the Clear Sky sect gets hurt. Qian Xunji raised his hand, and the suspended spirit bone flew into his spirit tool as if guided, their radiance fading until they vanished without a trace. I propose. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. His voice was clear and resonant, carrying across the plaza, that from this day forward, any Clear Sky sect disciple wishing to obtain a spirit ring must be accompanied and supervised by members of the other 2 sects or the 2 great empires. The Clear Sky sect is, after all, the #1 sect in the world. We cannot allow its legacy foundation to be severed just because a few individuals made mistakes. The plaza immediately erupted into chaos, with waves of discussion rising and falling. This move is ruthless. It looks like he's leaving them a way out, but in reality, he's nailed the Clear Sky sect to the pillar of shame. Who told them to be so incompetent, getting caught red-handed? They deserve it. It's better to have others watching them, so they don't go around recklessly killing spirit beast and cutting off the path for future generations. So what if they are the #1 sect in the world? don't they still have to submit to Spirit Hall? The representatives of the other two sects and the two great empires wore faint, ambiguous smiles, their gazes sweeping over the members of the Clear Sky sect with undisguised mockery. They said nothing, but each had their own calculations. Spirit Hall's decision did not harm their interests. Instead, they could take this opportunity to monitor the Clear Sky sect and perhaps even thoroughly study the mysteries of the Clear Sky Hammer, the #1 sect in the world. Aren't they still going to be watched by them now? I do not agree. Tang Zhen roared furiously, his voice hoarse like a broken gong, his chest heaving violently. Qian Xunji, don't you dare bully us too much. My Clear Sky sect acts openly and honorably. We don't need outsiders to point fingers. My Clear Sky sect will never accept such humiliation. Tang Zhen was filled with grievances. Their Clear Sky sect was naturally gifted, with a spirit bone explosion rate far exceeding that of ordinary people. His father, Tang Chen, could produce one spirit bone from a 110,000-year spirit beast. His son, Tang Hao, was the same. Tang Xiao was slightly inferior, needing 300 to produce one. Even the worst disciple in the sect was guaranteed a harvest from a 10,000-year spirit beast. They had killed less than 20,000 10,000-year spirit beast in total, yet Spirit Hall slandered them by claiming they had killed 1 or 200,000. How could he swallow this insult? When his father, Tang Chen, returned, he would definitely make Spirit Hall pay a bloody price. Qian Xunji's gaze turned cold, and the pressure around him dispersed like a cold current. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao are guilty of grave sins, having slaughtered over 100,000 10,000-year spirit beast, seriously disrupting the balance of the Spirit Master's world. As the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, today I shall. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, Tang Zhen interrupted him, his voice filled with exhaustion and despair. The Clear Sky sect accepts the punishment. As these words fell, he seemed to have all his strength instantly drained away. His spine bent like a bow, the white hair at his temples trembled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened like ravines, and his once sharp gaze became turbid. Qian Xunji lifted his foot and kicked the unconscious Tang Hao and Tang Xiao toward Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen stumbled forward, catching them steadily. Looking at their pale faces, his heart felt as if it had been crushed by a boulder, and he couldn't breathe from the pain. The wedding continues. Qian Xunji waved his hand, his tone as indifferent as if he were just brushing away a speck of dust. Clear Sky Sect Grand Elder Tang Hong stepped forward and bowed. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, those 11 spirit bone of our Clear Sky Sect. His voice trembled, carrying a final glimmer of hope. Qian Xunji turned around, his gaze piercing toward him like an ice blade. That is your punishment. What do you have an objection? Tang Hong shuddered, quickly lowering his head, his voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. I dare not. Humiliation gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, but he had to swallow it down. The wedding music began to play again, melodious and gentle, as if the conflict just now had never happened. Spirit bone can actually be stripped away. Ning Fengzhai leaned on his cane, his tone complex. Spirit Hall is worthy of being the longest-standing spirit master power. To think they have such methods. Yu Yuanjin stared at Qian Xunji on the high platform, greed flashing in his eyes. No wonder Tang Hao and Tang Xiao cultivate so quickly, one with 5 spirit bone, the other with 6. With such resources, even a disciple with innate spirit power of level 7 could be piled up into a titled Douluo. He calculated secretly, 11 10,000-year spirit bone, he only had 2. If they belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, they could produce at least 3 more titled Douluo. What a pity, Sword Douluo said in a low voice. Spirit Hall has obtained these spirit bone. In the future, their genius will surely spring up like bamboo shoots after rain, and their strength will likely rise to a higher level. Qian Xunji is terrifyingly strong, Prince Zhu Xing said in a low voice. You think he will reach the level of Qian Dailiu in the future? Everyone fell silent at these words. Qian Dailiu's strength was unfathomable. He was an existence standing at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master's world. The angel spirit is naturally gifted. Sword Douluo broke the silence. According to my father, the direct bloodline of the Angel clan, as long as they do not fall, can at least reach level 98. Level 98. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with shock. A level 98 Super Douluo is an existence that can rival a Super Douluo. Level 98, is that possible? Bone Douluo frowned. A level 98 spirit master can live for at least several hundred years, but have you ever seen Qian Renxue's father's generation? I'm not sure, Sword Douluo shook his head. But my father said that every generation of the Angel clan has extremely high cultivate, but once this generation fully matures, the previous generation disappears. Everyone fell silent again, their gazes fixed on Qian Xunji on the high platform, their eyes complex, filled with awe, wariness, and an indescribable sense of inquiry. At this time in Spirit City, the streets and alleys were decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, red silk cascading like waterfalls, lanterns like stars, and the entire city was immersed in a festive glow. The flowing banquet stretched from the Supreme Pontiff Palace all the way to the city gate, table after table, extending for miles. The Supreme Pontiff was getting married, and all hundreds of thousands of people in the city could take their seats. Fine wine and delicacies were served like flowing water, and laughter shook the heavens. Only the Clear Sky sect group walked out of Spirit City, dejected. Tang Zhen carried Tang Hao on his back, Tang Hong supported Tang Xiao, and there was a crowd of Clear Sky sect disciple behind them. Their footsteps were as heavy as if filled with lead, and they walked away with embarrassment and humiliation. On the high platform, Qian Xunji watched their retreating figures and thought to himself, why didn't Tang Hao explode with power this time? Is it because Spirit Hall is the place of the Angel legacy and that person is not convenient to take action? However, what does that matter? A confident arc curled at the corner of his mouth. I will definitely become a god, and the strongest god at that. Tang Hao, just keep growing. I'll be waiting in Spirit Hall. Leeks must be harvested slowly. One cannot be too hasty. I must let him grow thicker and stronger so that the next harvest can yield a greater bounty. He turned around and took Ah Yin's hand. The tenderness in her eyes rippled like spring water. Amidst the cheers and music filling the sky, the wedding continued. P.S. Stripping spirit bone is a unique technique of the Angel clan. The prerequisite for stripping is that the angel spirit power must be inside the body of the person being stripped for at least one stick of incense time before it can gradually disconnect from the spirit bone in their body. Also, the person being stripped cannot resist, otherwise it cannot be stripped. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had their limbs unable to move, and there was no more spirit power in their bodies. Only then could the stripping conditions be met. Both brothers had all their spirit bones stripped away. Tang Hao is currently demoted to level 80 Cultivate. Tang Xiao is currently demoted to level 81 Cultivate. Chapter 25. Angel Spirit Ring Hunting Operation. Target. Stardew Great Forest. Early the next morning, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Qian Xunji sat upright on the Supreme Pontiff throne. With a light lift of his fingertips, two spirit bones emitting a deep purple halo slowly floated up. His spirit power supported them as they drifted toward Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who stood below the steps. The two of you have followed me for many years. Qian Xunji's voice resonated. Although your spirit power has reached level 94, your strength is only at the level 91 or 92 standard. These two 30,000-year strength-type spirit bones can compensate for your shortcomings. Chrysanthemum Douluo's pupils constricted. Seeing the surging power fluctuations within the spirit bones, his breathing became rapid. He hurriedly bowed. Thank you for your grace, your excellency Supreme Pontiff. Ghost Douluo was also incredibly excited. Black spirit power vibrated slightly around his body as he said in a deep voice, "This subordinate will surely go through fire and water for your excellency Supreme Pontiff. Absorb them right here." Qian Xunji waved his hand. Yes, the two responded, immediately sitting cross-legged and placing the spirit bones onto their corresponding positions. A pale purple halo enveloped them. Spirit power surged into their bodies like a tide, and their bones emitted faint click sounds as their auras climbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. An hour later, the two slowly opened their eyes, sharp light exploding within their pupils. Chrysanthemum Douluo clenched his fist, feeling the abundant strength coming from the arm bone, and a confident arc curled at the corners of his mouth. Ghost Douluo's shadow power became more solid. With a light step, spider-web-like cracks appeared on the ground. They were one step closer to level 95. In 3 years at most, they would be able to touch that threshold. Half an hour later. Let's move out. Qian Xunji stood up, his black supreme pontiff robe billowing with the movement, and led Qian Renxue as he walked out. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Qian Jun, and Jiang Mo followed closely behind. The group's figures turned into streams of light, rushing rapidly towards Star Du Great Forest. Qian Xunji carried Qian Renxue on his back. The little one lay on Qian Xunji's shoulder, her small head swaying gently with the bumps of the flight, curiously watching the sea of trees flashing rapidly below. Among the several enshrinement hall enshriners, Qian Jun, Jiang Mo, and location had already advanced to level 97 titled Douluo. King Luan and Lion still needed a few more years of refinement before they could break through. Golden Crocodile had been stuck at level 98 for many years. Even with the help of an immortal herb, the chasm from level 98 to level 99 was unknown when it could be crossed. Deep within Star Du Great Forest, the Lake of Life rippled with green waves. The sky azure bull python's massive body surfaced from the water, his snake pupils looking warily toward the horizon. Ming, Sister Xiao Wu, Aunt King Ru, several tyrannical auras are approaching rapidly. Let's avoid them. Avoid what? Xiao Wu's ears stood straight up, every strand of her snow-white fur distinct. This is our territory, why should we hide? She tapped her foot, her figure already leaping onto the Titan giant ape's shoulder, her tail flicking restlessly. Xiao Wu, listen to Da Ming. King Ru stepped forward, her slender hand pressing on the soft sword at her waist, worry knitted between her brows. The incomer's auras are too strong, we cannot confront them head-on. Xiao Wu pouted, muttering, got it, it's too late. The sky azure bull python's voice deepened, his massive snake head slowly lifting to look at the light spots rapidly approaching in the sky. The Titan giant ape Ming slammed his chest violently, emitting a deafening roar, his pupils burning with raging anger. His massive body blocked in front of the other beasts, and the ground was stamped into deep pits. Qian Xunji and his group landed slowly, touching down on the open ground by the lake. He set Qian Renxue down, and the little one tilted her neck back, looking at the sky azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. Her small face was full of wonder. Daddy, they are so big. Are we here to take them as pets? Humans, leave this place. The sky azure bull python lowered his head, his massive snake mouth almost touching the ground. His voice was like muffled thunder rolling over the lake, stirring up layers of ripples. King Ru gripped her soft sword tightly, her eyes warily locked onto Qian Xunji. Ming pounded his chest again. The roar shook the leaves until they rustled down, and the rising airwaves pressed the water grass by the lake flat against the ground. Xiao Wu bared her teeth, her hind legs slightly bent, ready to pounce at any moment, the fluff at the tips of her ears standing up. Xiao Zhu, we are not here to collect pets. Qian Xunji ruffled his daughter's hair, his gaze sweeping over the spirit beasts in the lake and on the shore. We are here to find your third spirit ring. Qian Renxue had reached level 30 quasi-spirit elder several months ago, and had spent these past few months devoted to honing her basic skills. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for Xiao Zhu to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring at level 30, but sacrifice was inherently a shortcut for the protagonist to defy the heavens and change fate. There was no reason not to use it. Originally, Qian Xunji had his eye on the sky azure bull python's spirit ring, but then he saw King Ru, that spirit beast who had lived for 200,000 years and taken human form. He changed his mind. A 200,000-year spirit ring, even if not perfectly matched with the angel spirit, contained vast energy far beyond what a 100,000-year one could compare to, enough to provide the origin power required by the angel spirit. Between 100,000 years and 200,000 years, the choice was self-evident. Do it. Before Qian Xunji's voice had even faded, the figures of the few people behind him had already vanished. Thousand-weight Douluo brought his hands together, and the coiling dragon rod instantly took form. Dragon patterns spiraled around the rod body, and heavy rod shadows, carrying the momentum to split mountains and crack stones, smashed toward the bull's head. The sky azure bull python reacted extremely quickly. His massive body swung violently, and his snake tail lashed out like a steel whip. With a bang, it collided with the coiling dragon rod. The lake water was shaken, kicking up huge waves, and thousand-weight Douluo was jolted back several zhang. His tiger's mouth was numb, but battle intent ignited in his eyes. He twisted his body and went up again, the rod shadows crisscrossing to weave a net of rods, firmly covering the snake head. Jiangmo Douluo faced off against the titan giant ape. A coiling dragon rod also appeared in his hand, but the rod body gleamed with a pitch-black luster, and as it spun, it carried a piercing sound of breaking through the air, aiming straight for Ming's eyes. Ming roared, throwing both fists out, forcefully blocking the rod shadows. His massive body rushed forward violently, crashing toward Jiangmo with the momentum of a collapsing mountain. Jiangmo nimbly dodged to the side, his double rods sweeping horizontally, striking at Ming's knees. Ming felt the pain and stumbled back half a step. Immediately, he pounded the ground even more violently, countless gravel flying and shooting toward Jiangmo like bullets. Ghost Douluo's figure flickered, merging into the shadows by the lake. The next moment, he appeared behind Xiao Wu, his pitch-black spirit power transforming into sharp claws, grabbing toward her heart with bone-chilling cold. Xiao Wu's reaction was extremely fast. Using the titan giant ape as cover, she leaped forward, simultaneously turning around to throw a flying kick. Her snow-white rabbit leg carried a fierce wind, kicking toward Ghost Douluo's face. Ghost Douluo sneered, his figure turning intangible again. While dodging the attack, his spirit power condensed into chains, coiling toward Xiao Wu's ankles like a venomous snake. Xiao Wu spun in the air, her toes tapping on the chains to bounce off, and delivered another roundhouse kick, forcing Ghost Douluo to materialize to block. Chrysanthemum Douluo waved his hands, and countless pale purple petals flew out, the petals rushing toward King Ru like maggots on the tarsal bone. King Ru's toes tapped the ground, her figure weaving through the petals like willow catkins. At the same time, she flicked several green light blades from her fingertips, slashing toward those petals. Wherever the light blades passed, the petals instantly withered into ash, her eyes narrowed, her spirit power surged around her, turning into a green stream of light. Her soft sword unsheathed, the sword light like a ribbon, aiming straight for Chrysanthemum Douluo's heart. Chrysanthemum Douluo was unhurried, his hands forming seals, and the petals suddenly condensed into a shield. It collided with King Ru's soft sword, sparks flying everywhere, and the sword Kai slashed a long watermark across the lake's surface. Qian Xunji stood where he was, shielding Qian Renxue behind him, his gaze watching the battle with cold intensity. Qian Renxue tugged on her father's robe, her small face devoid of any fear. The open ground by the lake had become a battlefield. The roars of spirit power colliding, the roars of spirit beasts, and the sounds of weapons clashing were intertwined, shaking the entire forest slightly. The sky azure bull python's snake scales gleamed with a green light in the sunlight, constantly crashing into thousand-weight Douluo's rod net. The titan giant ape's fists smashed the ground into pits, fighting Jiangmo's black rod in an evenly matched battle. Xiao Wu's rabbit kicks were fierce and swift, yet she could never shake off Ghost Douluo's shadow entanglement. Although King Ru's sword light was fast, it was tightly entangled by Chrysanthemum Douluo's petals, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Qian Xunji's gaze fell on King Ru, watching her figure gradually failing, and a cold arc curled at the corners of his mouth. A 200,000-year spirit ring was, after all, something already in his daughter's bag, 1,000 subscribers. Party Popper, thank you to everyone who watched, liked, commented, and supported this channel. Reaching 1K is a huge milestone, and I couldn't have done it without you. This is only the beginning. Our next goal is 5,000 subscribers, and we're moving forward together. Rocket fire.